Hey, good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to all you flight simmers. This is Viper Strike 95 Microsoft Flight Sim, and today we are here on this Sunday DC-3 streaming. And guys, I can't believe this. We're in the penultimate stream of this journey, as we're doing legs 62 and 63 today. We'll be traveling from Frankfurt to Vienna, then from Vienna to Milan in Italy. So this would be quite a nice flight. It's 716 nautical miles, and the ETA of that flight should be around 4 hours. Should just be a barely over 4 hour flight. So I hope everyone's doing well here today on this stream. So I mean, I can't wait to get this started. So I hope everyone's doing well. So let's go over our flight plan for this for today's stream. So our flight plan should look something like this. We'll start here at Echo Delta Foxtrot Echo, make our way southeast across Germany into northeast Austria, and we'll make our way over to historic Vienna. We'll be flying over Vienna. We'll be flying over the city as well. We'll be checking out this area. We might be able to fly over the Schönbrunn Palace, which I believe is the winter home of the Habsburgs. And we'll stop here at Schwechat Airport. Lima Oscar Whiskey, Vienna International. Then from there, we'll be head southwest. We'll be crossing through the border between Austria and Slovenia. We'll make our way across just a bit of the Adriatic Sea. We'll be flying over near Venice. And then make our way over to the historic city of Milan in Italy at Lima, India, Mike Lima. So yeah, we got 2 legs today. We'll just be flying over that part of Europe. So, pretty nice trip coming up for this journey. We're going to say hello to Devil Dude. Good to see you. Super Typhon. I hope you're doing well. So, guys, let's get this started with the DC-3. Let's get our DC-3 started. We'll just turn on the ground power, beacon lights, nav lights. We just get this started. I'm gonna go ahead and set the desired heading for this. Our desired heading is gonna be 105 degrees. Our heading to 105 degrees. Hey, Flyby2, good to see you, Flyby2. Welcome on in. Got music this morning. We want to say, but wanted to peek and say hello. No worries, my dude. Here's a shout out for your channel, Flyby. Check out Flyby2's channel. He does flights from around the world on his streams. Give him some support and follow his channel. A good friend of the community. So yeah, we're heading to Vienna. So the first leg should be around just about 330 plus nautical miles. So it'll be about 330 as we make our way to historic Vienna. We also might be flying over Nuremberg actually as well. We might check out Nuremberg as well. Cruise altitude for the first leg of the trip, we will be cruising around we're going to be cruising around 6,000 feet for the first leg. Is 6,000. We'll be cruising that altitude for both legs of the trip. So let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and stop the taxi. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the flywheel. Tail wheel locked. And we're going to get ready to get going. Hey, good to see you, Particle Fly. Yes, it is World Flight Day. This is the penultimate stream of our journey, guys. I mean, I can't believe this journey's about to end. Soon. Eye of Africa is beautiful. You were doing the charity World Flight. Yeah, the World Flight's happening this past week. Of course. The World Flight's actually around. So I'm gonna go ahead and auto-lean the mixture. Auto-lean the mixture a bit. Go ahead and reduce the power. So yeah, the World Flight's happening today. You flew from that's nice. Dakar to New Delhi, 11 hours. That's a crazy flight. Yeah, the world. Yeah, that World Flight, that is pretty crazy, as well. Yeah, the World Flight route just came out today, so for the route, so they actually planted their route for this year. So, they actually started at Sydney back, yesterday. So, from Sydney, they actually flew, all the way from Sydney to Melbourne, then to Wilkins, then Wilkins all the way to Union Glacier in Antarctica, before flying across South America, Curacao, Cancun, Guadalajara, Houston, Atlanta, Boston, Winnipeg. But yeah, they're going through all of Europe and stuff. They're doing their World Flight still. Oh, they are right now in Ushala. Ah, yes, the bottom of the world. Ushala. You're absolutely right. If you guys aren't aware, Ushuaia is basically among the bottom of the... Ushuaia is basically right on the bottom of the world, right in Argentina. It's... 82,000 people live there. and it's the world's southernmost city and one of the gateways to Antarctica. And yes, Particle Flight, we will be checking out the area on our around the world trip. We will be flying to there on stream. Yeah, we will definitely check it out. I decide when I want to fly, please. Seriously, try Manchester, Auckland. Yeah, oh, that's definitely a long route. Manchester, Auckland, yeah, that's a very long route. Not fast. I decide when I want to fly, please. The next flight is from Delhi to Montreal. Yeah, that's another very long one. So. So yeah, we're going to be cruising 6,000 feet. So we'll just be cruising a bit quicker. You're gonna try the route from my chair to the donut box. That's a good one. Yeah, get some donuts. They don't sound pretty good right now. So yeah, donuts sound pretty good. So let's see who's flying along with us in our DC-3. We got quite a few people from Frankfurt International. We just flew past. Oh, the livery? The livery I'm on it's no longer with us, but this livery is actually the livery that we've used throughout the entire journey. It's the Breitling livery they use for the entire journey. It's the same one that's used in the book, and I actually requested this livery a while back for the creator of this deleted it from FS Flight Sim TO. Oh, the EX-S3 in livery. EX-EN. Yep, we're right near 60. Go ahead and a little bit more. Yeah, we could see on the the Main. This is the Mon River. It flows through. Not only does it flow through Frankfurt, it flows through quite a few other cities, including Mons, Cologne. Actually, the Cologne is Rhine, but the Mon River. The Mon is actually one of the tributaries of the Rhine River, and that flows through. Frankfurt mainly. It mainly goes through Frankfurt, Offenbach, and Wurzburg. But it's connected to the Rhine River, which basically, if you guys aren't aware of the Rhine River is one of the most important rivers in Western Europe. And it flows through all sorts of cities. It flows into cities like Cologne, Rotterdam, Dusseldorf, Duisburg, Strasbourg, France, and Basel, Switzerland. Once we get into pretty good thing, I think we could go ahead and talk about our topic for today. Oh, you're taking up from there now? How long do you catch up? Probably pretty quickly. The F-18 is much quicker than this lowly DC-3. So, I say you get there really quickly. Just about. Yeah, this is a pretty cool area. Yeah, if you ever get to southern parts of Germany, you can see considerably more hills, and I think we're not too far from the Black Forest region of Germany, which is definitely one of the more beautiful areas of the country. Is in that region, the Black Forest, not too far from it. Yeah, you can see some of the mountains and stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and talk about our topic for today. We're going to go talk about the first part of our topic, the country of Austria herself. Beautiful. It's a beautiful place to visit. Austria is a landlocked country in Central Europe, lying in the Eastern Alps. Austria is actually a federation of 9 federal states, and one of which is the capital, Vienna, the most populous city and federal state in the country. And it's bordered by quite a few neighboring countries, including Germany to the northwest, Czechia to the north, Slovakia to the northeast, Hungary to the east, Slovenia and Italy to the south, and in the west, Switzerland and one of the small micro countries of Liechtenstein to the west. It occupies an area of 83,871 square kilometers, or 32,383 square miles, and a population of 9 million people live in Austria. Austria's gone through some major changes, but Austria really grew into a major force starting in the 16th century. It became the heartland of the Habsburg monarchy, ruled by the House of Habsburg, one of the major families that ruled much of Europe during the older days. It became its own great power in the 19th century. Became its own great power. But the Austrian Empire fell in World War I, after World War One as well, and it went through quite a bit of a turbulent time between the interwar period and, of course, World War II being annexed as part of Nazi Germany. Though, after a decade of Allied occupation, it gained its sovereignty in 1955 and it declared neutrality. Currently, it's a parliamentary representative democracy. It has one of the highest GDP per capita in the world, with high standards of living and Human Development Index, and has been a major member of the UN and European Union. So it is definitely a really cool place to live and a really neat place to definitely check out. Definitely very, very beautiful. Very cool place. Also, this is Kaharia's neck of the woods, too. She's from Austria. The lovely Kaharia. Check out her channel. But she is from Austria herself. I would definitely like to check out Austria. Beautiful, beautiful historic place. So, let's talk about Austria's history, because Austria has a very long history as well. Um, Now, in the old days, the Central European land that is now Austria was actually settled in pre-Roman times by various Celtic tribes, including the Celtic kingdom of Noricum. And that Celtic kingdom was later claimed by the Romans and made a province in the present day of Eastern Austria. And it was an important army camp turned capital city, and it was home to 50,000 people for nearly 400 years. However, the Roman Empire did fall apart. Afterwards, obviously, everyone should be pretty much aware of its collapse. Oh yeah, and you can still see some of the stuff located. The city itself, the Nuntum, is actually located between Vienna and Bratislava. You can find the old ruined stuff that can be reconstructed. So you got a piece of Rome in Austria. After the Romans collapsed, the area was invaded by all sorts of people. The Bavarians, which is German groups, the Slavs, and the Avars, all came to the region of Austria. Charlemagne, the king of Franks, conquered the area in 788 AD, encouraged colonization, and introduced Christianity, and it was part of Eastern Francia, and they were bequeathed to the house of Babenberg as a result. But the first recorded name of Austria is dated back to 996 AD, where it was written as Osterreichi, which actually gives credence to its German name, Österreich. After the death of King Frederick II in 1246, the line of Babenbergs was extinguished, and as a result, a new family came to rule Austria in 1278, and his name was Rudolf I of Germany, and he became the first king of Germany. But most notably, he came from the House of Habsburgs. He came from the ruling dynasty, the House of Austria, the House of Habsburg, who has ruled this Austria from 1278 until after World War One. So they got to rule for almost 600 over 600 plus years of Habsburg rule. Pretty crazy stuff, and there's been a lot of Habsburg kings. In the 14th, 15th centuries, the Habsburgs accumulated other provinces in the vicinity of Austria as they continue to grow their influence all across the area. And that included many other places. We also got to see in 1438 the Duke Albert V of Austria was chosen to be a successor to Emperor Sigismund. And as a result, every emperor of the Holy Roman Empire was a Habsburg ever since as well. So not only did they rule Austria, but nearly every Holy Roman Emperor was a Habsburg. And that lasted until its dissolution as well. So that shows you just how much power one family could really have. And as a result, thanks to hereditary lands, the Habsburgs began to accumulate a lot of territory from their hereditary lands, and they often did that by marrying with other nobles. For example, Maximilian I, who was the son of Emperor Frederick III, he actually married Maria of Burgundy and acquired most of the Netherlands for the family, acquired what is now the Netherlands, and added to the Habsburg domain. Similarly, Maximilian's son Philip married Joanna the Mad, the heirs of Castile and Aragon, and acquired its Spain and its Italian, African, and New World Aberdeenages for the Habsburgs. So literally, just by marriages, the Habsburgs family in Austria gained possession of the Netherlands, Spain, Italian lands, African, Asian, and New World stuff. Which is pretty crazy to think about the power of one royal family with marriages. It is pretty crazy to think about. For a lot in the chat, it's pretty crazy. In 1526, after the Battle of Mohacs, Bohemia and the part of Hungary not occupied by the Ottomans became part of Austria's rule. In Hungary and Bohemia became major parts of Austria for centuries. The Ottoman expansion in Hungary led to frequent conflicts between the Austrians and the Ottomans, including the long war from 1593 to 1606. And the Turks even made incursions to the area nearly 20 times, including one such attempt in 1529, when Suleiman the Magnificent launched the first siege of Vienna, which, unfortunately for the Ottomans and thankfully for Austria, the siege failed for the Ottomans because of an early winter. So, pretty crazy stuff. However, the start of Austria's growth became with Emperor Leopold I, and he defended against Vienna in 1683 against the Turks once again, thanks to the help of the King of Poland at the time, John III of Sobieski. A series of campaigns resulted in most of Hungary belonging to Austria by the Treaty of Karlowitz in 1699. Then we have Emperor Charles VI. He relinquished many gains due to his apprehensions at the house's extinction. So he made a lot of changes that started like relinquishing much of the territories. And with Prussia's rise, the Austrian-Prussian dualism became in Germany. Which one of the two would be the dominant power of the German territories. And again, Austria also participated in the partitions of Poland in 1772, 1792, and 1795. Also around that time in the 17th and 18th centuries, Austria became the birthplace of classical music, with composers like Joseph Haydn, Wolfgang Mozart, Ludwig von Beethoven, and Franz Schubert. However, Austria went through a lot of changes in the 19th century. With revolutionary France, Austria engaged in a war of revolutionary France, which was really bad in the beginning, as Austria really struggled against Napoleon Bonaparte. In fact, Napoleon helped ended the Holy Roman Empire in 1806, and as a result, Austria had to find its own empire. Though later on, Austria later invaded France and brought it into the Napoleonic Wars in 1814, and emerged from the Congress of Vienna in 1815 as one of the four dominant powers of the continent, along with Prussia, Russia, and the UK. As a result, so Austria became a great power for much of its time period. However, for many, many years in the 19th century, there was often possibilities of a unified Germany. However, Austria did not want to relinquish the German-speaking territories in 1848, so Austria wasn't really as interested with the unified Germany as the Prussians, so it led into plenty of conflicts with the Prussians. Austria and Prussia did fight together against Denmark and secured Denmark's independence from Denmark via the Duchies of Schleswig-Holstein. However, as they had disagreements, they fought against each other 2 years later in the Austro-Prussian War, which Prussia clearly won, and mainly at the Battle of Königgrätz. As a result, Austria had to leave the German Confederation and was no longer interested in German politics. Also around this time period, after the Hungarian Revolution of 1848, the Austro-Hungarian Compromise of 1867 happened, known as the Ausgleich, provided for dual sovereignty between the Austrian Empire and the Kingdom of Hungary under Emperor Franz Joseph I. And as a result, the empire became known as Austria-Hungary, or the Austro-Hungarian Empire. However, the big issue with the 19th century was a lot of its ethnicities. I mean, the Austrian Empire had a ton of different ethnicities, and that included Germans, Hungarians, Croats, Czechs, Poles, Russians, Serbs, Slovaks, Slovenes, and Ukrainians, as well as large Italian and Romanian communities. As a result, with the rise of nationalist movements, it became really difficult to rule Austria-Hungary. So, as a result, it was pretty difficult to rule the empire when there's so many different nationalist movements all around the country. As the Second Constitutional Era began in the Ottoman Empire, Austria-Hungary took advantage of it and annexed Bosnia-Herzegovina in 1908. However, all that planted the seeds for World War I, and eventually, it finally happened. I guess you guys all probably know the date. In 1914, Archduke Franz Ferdinand was assassinated in Sarajevo by Bosnian Serb Gavrilo Princip. And it was used to lead Austrian generals to persuade the emperor to declare war in Serbia, which in turn brought the defensive alliance between Serbia's main ally Russia. Russia declared war on Austria. Austria is aligned with Germany, so Germany declared war on Russia. Russia allied with France. France declares war on Germany, and you got what happened. World War I. Now, World War I, what was quite devastating for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Combine that with a lot of the instability and all that. Over 1 million Austro-Hungarian soldiers died in World War I, and after the war, the Austrian Empire, Austro-Hungary, was completely dismantled by both the Treaty of Saint Germain of 1919 and for the Hungarians, the Treaty of Trianon in 1920. As a result, Austria became really different as a result after the war. After the war, the crown was devalued and Austria became a republic. And the first Austrian republic lasted until 1933 when Chancellor Engelbert Dollfuss established autocratic regime and Austria became fascist. And then later on, in 1938, the Anschluss happened, and March 13, 1938, Anschluss occurred, where Austria is integrated into Nazi Germany with the rest of the German Reich. However, during the Germans, when they ruled over it, many of the most prominent Nazis actually came in Austria, and one of those main camps was Reichsgau. And as a result, many of the Austrian Jews were ended up being killed, tortured, and exploited as a result. And some of the worst Nazis came from native Austria, including the leader of the Führer himself, Hitler. But you also have Austrian official Ernst Kaltenbrunner, Franz Stangl, and Friedrich Rauner were some of the most infamous Nazi members from Austria. Most of the resistance groups were crushed by the Gestapo. There were attempts at some resistance, but the Gestapo crushed them, sadly. They call them the Meyer-Messner group, was able to send allies important information about armaments in Austria, which led to the success of Operation Crossbow and Operation Hydra to cripple manufacturing hubs here in Austria. And those manufacturers included planes, tanks, and rockets like the B-2 rockets, Tiger tanks, and various Messerschmitt aircraft. Vienna fell on April 13, 1945 during the Soviet Vienna offensive, just before the total collapse of the Third Reich. The invading Allied powers particularly had an operation in Alpine Fortress, however, it never materialized. And as a result, after the war, Austria was split into two, basically one half the Western and one half Soviet. In terms of deaths from World War II in Austria, 260,000 Austrians were killed during World War II for military deaths. 65,000 Jews were victims of the Holocaust, and about 140,000 Jewish Austrians have fled the country in 1938 and 39. And thousands of Austrians have taken place in serious Nazi crimes as well. So, kind of tragically for least. Hey, good to see Ian Fisher and Sleazy. Sorry about that. I was busy reading. Check out Sleazy Does again, a great friend of the community. I hope you're doing well, Sleazy. Sorry about that. I was busy reading all this. It's a lot of information. But yeah, good to see you. And Ian Fisher, congratulations on your around the world trip with Bossman. Give him a ball and I really lost track. Whoops. I really lost track of all this. How did that happen? How did that happen? Oh, I lost track. Whoops. Not bad, bro. I cannot really complain. Oh, you're watching the Chiefs and Dolphins. That should be a good game. Chiefs and Fins. Should be a good one. So again, just like much of Nazi Germany, it was divided between American, British, French, and Soviet zones. However, that only, unlike in our timeline, this only lasted for 10 years. After talks, Austria regained full independence by concluding the Austrian Street Treaty and brought back many of the stuff from the old Austrian Republic, but it also now remained neutral as a result. And currently, Austria remained a pretty neutral place as well, in between members of the Social Democratic Party of Austria and the Austrian People's Party. Or at least some of the ones. So, that's it. So yeah, that is Austria's history for you. Quite a long one. But something important for you guys to know. Yeah, for some reason, my heading. That's Austria's history. Good to see you, Tabletop Android. Good to see you. Good to see you, Tabletop. Think of an airliner flight. I don't know what. Sure. There's quite a few interesting places for the airliners here today. There's quite a few. So shout out to Tabletop Android's channel. Check him out on Twitch. Yeah, we're flying here in Germany. We're making our way over to Vienna for our first leg of the trip before heading from Vienna to Milan. This is actually the penultimate stream of this DC-3 journey. This means this is the second to last DC-3 stream. We will be back on Wednesday. We'll be back with the DC-3 fight on next Sunday. Will be our finale. Now, I do have something going on at 1 p.m. next Sunday, so we will be starting this an hour early at 9 a.m. But this wouldn't be too much of a flight. That one's gonna be 444 nautical miles. It shouldn't be that long of a flight. I mean, it's gonna be a pretty short trip. The city here is Nuremberg. Nuremberg, the second largest city in Bavaria. 541,000 people live here, making it Germany's 14th largest city, located on the banks of the Pegnitz River. Um, the city's home to Bavaria's third largest university, the University of Erlangen-Nuremberg. It's also home to the second busiest airport in Bavaria, Nuremberg Airport, which can put up to 4.5 million people. And it's home to one of the most impressive castles. Nuremberg Castle's home to it as well, and was one of the host cities of the 2006 FIFA World Cup. So that is Nuremberg. Nuremberg. Let's check that out, guys. But yeah, it's going well, Tabletop. I'm doing quite well. Yeah, beautiful area here today, and we got to visit a historic German city. Yeah, there are quite a few pretty notable people from around here, including sculptor Adam Kraft. Yeah, this is the city of Nuremberg. Pretty cool stuff, guys. I'm letting you guys get a chance to see the city. We'll be flying through plenty of cities during our New Around the World trip. We will be back with that starting on New Year's Eve. We'll be doing our newest journey. Uh, so, yeah, this way we're going to be going around here for 234 nautical miles. There's quite a lot of talk about Austria, obviously. So let's go ahead and talk about the next part about Austria pretty shortly. Let's go ahead and talk about Austria's government. Yes, and today we got a lot to talk about here today because we're not just going to talk about Austria. We're going to talk about we're going to talk a little bit about Slovenia as well. A little bit about Slovenia, and then of course Italy as well. We got quite a bit to talk about the Italians as well. So, Austria's government is located here in Vienna. The capital. Austria became a federal representative democracy through the Constitution of 1920. The President of Austria is the head of state and directed by popular majority rule. The Chancellor is actually the head of the government, is the Chancellor, selected by the President. It's tasked with forming a government based on partisan composition of the lower house. The Parliament consists of 2 chambers. The composition of the National Rat, which is 183 seats, determined every 5 years. And the National Rat is the dominant chamber of the legislative. However, there's an upper house, the Bundesrat, with the limited right of veto. Basically, there's 2 houses, so it's a bicameral parliament. And the courts are the 3rd branch, which have extensive influence in the political system. So, pretty cool stuff. That is just a little bit about Austria's government. But Austria's definitely got one major thing going for it. It's geography. Austria's geography is pretty interesting. Austria is a very mountainous country, if you know, especially to the western half of it. Austria is a very mountainous country, especially to the western half of Austria can be especially mountainous with the Alps. There are 3 unequal geographical areas. The largest part is occupied by the young mountains of the Alps. But in the east, there's the Pannonian Plain. And north of the river is the Bohemian Forest. Are the 3 main regions. And of course, several bits of the Alps run through here. The Northern Alps, Central Alps, and Southern Alps run from west to east. The Alps are also home to the highest mountain in Austria. The Grossglockner, or Glockner, which is around 12,461 feet, is the highest point in Austria. And the further east you go in Austria in the Alps, the lower they become in altitude. As well, it's also home to quite a few bits of wildlife, ecological stuff. In terms of climate, Austria's climate is within the cool temperate zone which humidly western winds predominate. Nearly 3/4 of the country is dominated by the Alps. So alpine climate is predominant. Austria may be cold in the winter, though summer temperatures can be relatively high, with average temperatures in the mid 20 degrees Celsius and the highest at around 40.5 degrees Celsius in 2013. So Austria is mainly pretty chill. Hey, Ringbolt, good to see ya. We're making our way to Vienna today. We're making our way over to Vienna today. We're making our way over from Frankfurt for the first leg of our trip. So that is Austria's climate. And of course, Austria has a very rich and very wealthy economy. Austria's economy is among the highest in GDP per capita due to its industrialized economy and social market. Until the 1980s, many of their large industries were nationalized, but however, privatizations were quite important. Also, labor movements are very influential here in Austria compared to many other places. So, next to industry, the next most important part of Austria's economy has been tourism. Historically, Germany was the main trading partner of Austria, but however, It gained closer ties to the EU economy since joining, reducing dependence on Germany, and brought in a lot of new investors. Tourism accounts for nearly 9% of all of Austria's GDP, and obviously Austria um, is very important for tourism because, well, there's a lot of areas that are definitely worth checking out in the country. I mean, Vienna's got a crap ton of places to check out in Vienna. Um, I mean, there's so many places. I mean, Vienna itself, like, has so many historic places to visit. But also Salzburg is very popular. Lots of um, skiing in music events like Innsbruck, Linz. I mean, they get a lot of visitors too. So tourism is a big deal here in Austria. So we have quite a few people around us. I don't think anyone really is flying with us. But we'll just say hello to them as well as we fly past. But yeah, I'm doing quite well. But yeah, some pretty crazy stuff has been going on since I last streamed. So the Texas Rangers have finally won a World Series. They actually won their World Championship on Wednesday. I forgot to talk about last Friday, but the Rangers finally won their first ever World Series after a couple of years of disappointing finishes. Yeah, Texas Ranger fans are eating very, very well. They now have a World Series championship for the first time. Pretty crazy stuff. In the Diamondbacks in 5, which wasn't really that surprising. The Rangers all year have been one of the top teams in the league. But I mean, good for the Texas Rangers fans. A big accomplishment for the franchise. As well. In terms of other sports news, for college football, Louisville won again yesterday. Louisville actually won, which is amazing news. The Cardinals are victorious once again. They're now 8-1 on the season. Absolutely clubbed Virginia Tech. Now they're second in the ACC conference. They're still quite a bit behind Florida State, but I mean, hey, if Louisville can win out the schedule and get a few losses, Louisville to the ACC championship would be pretty insane. But it's a huge win for the program. I mean, there's some pretty crazy games as well, but Louisville football, very, very good this year. I mean, super impressed with what Jeff Braun has done for the program. He's already done an amazing job and just pure fun. I mean, defense has been amazing. Absolutely been incredible. So, pretty crazy stuff. Then obviously the NFL's going on right now. And the Dolphins and Chiefs is playing on. The Chiefs are just piling on the Dolphins. Sorry, Dolphins fans. The Dolphins are getting creamed. So yeah, the Fins are getting creamed in Frankfurt. Actually, speaking of which, had I known, we would have probably just dropped people off the game in Frankfurt. They're playing in Frankfurt, Germany right now. But later today, we're gonna see the Vikings and the Falcons. Should be interesting. I think the Vikings are only a few plays away from actually being a good team. They've just been really unlucky. The Cardinals, they might look to get the #1 pick this year. For sure. The Colts are going to be playing against the Panthers. I think the Colts could probably win. I know the Panthers won last week, but I think the Colts with Gardner Minshew. I mean, as long as Zach Moss and Jonathan Taylor play well, I think the Colts might take care of business. I mean, the Colts aren't good this year, but I mean, Colts have been dealing with quite a few things going on, mainly with Anthony Richardson's injury. So, pretty crazy stuff. Oh yeah, the NBA is also onto the regular season of the National Basketball Association is onto the NBA. If you guys aren't aware of it, believe it or not, my two favorite teams actually are in the Eastern Conference: the Magic and the Pacers. The Pacers are my local team, obviously, being from Indiana. But historically, my favorite NBA team historically has been the Magic in Orlando. And get this, Orlando's 4-2 in the year. Yes, the Orlando Magic's 4-2. I mean, after spending the last couple years being a lower tier NBA team, looks like the Magic are finally going to make some noise this year. And the Pacers aren't doing too badly either. And the Pacers aren't doing too bad either, so should be pretty exciting. But yeah, for the Magic this year, so far this year, the Magic have been pretty good. In terms of the points per game, Franz Wagner's doing very well. Obviously, not this year's for #1, but the last year's #1 pick this year, Paolo Banchero is already doing pretty well for himself. But really, it's been Cole Anthony. Cole Anthony's been done really nicely as well. The Magic are doing quite good this year. They could possibly make noise. Go Magic. So we're just about, in terms of distance from Vienna, we're just about 200 nautical miles away from Vienna. So we're definitely getting to some more of the hilly areas here in this part of Germany near the border with Czechia. We can definitely get to the more hilly regions as well. But definitely a beautiful. So let's go ahead and talk more about our slideshow. In terms of other stuff too, I didn't talk about this during the thing. I didn't have it, but transportation-wise, Austria has around 6,000 kilometers of railways. Most of it is standard gauge railway. It's also home to several U-Bahn and S-Bahn um, transportation. There's about 200,000 kilometers of motorways in Austria, including several highways. And of course, in terms of airports, Austria has 55 airports and 2 heliports. Most are short, unpaved runways. And only one airport has runways longer than 10,000 feet, and that is, of course, in Vienna. But yeah, the rest of it is short, unpaved runways, which makes sense. They're right in the middle of the Alps, which Austria has some really beautiful areas to fly over. Cool stuff. Now let's talk about Austria's culture. Austria has extremely rich culture and traditions. And it makes sense. Austria is past the European power in cultural environment, generating a broad contribution to art, but most notably, Austria is famous for its music, including and is the birthplace of many of the most famous composers on earth, including Joseph Haydn, Franz Schubert, Johann Strauss Jr. and Sr., as well as members of the second Viennese schools like Arnold Schoenberg, Alan Berg, and of course, one of the most famous is Wolfgang Mozart, born in Salzburg. And as a result, the city of Vienna became a long-time important center of musical innovation, as composers were drawn into the city due to the patronage of the Habsburgs. As a result, Austria became a really big and a very, very important musical center for all Austria. In terms of cinema, there are quite a few Austrians that made some big names in the filmmaking industry, including Sacha Korat, who is an Austrian pioneer of filmmaking, but also other people, including Billy Wilder, Fritz Lang, and Fred Zinnemann came from the Austrian Empire and became internationally relevant filmmakers. And of course, the first director from Austria to win an Academy Award was Stefan Rosuski. And of course, many Austrian actors pursued international careers, including Peter Lorre, Helmut Berger, Kurt Jorgens, Senta Berger, and Klaus Maria Brandau. But most notably, 2 particular ones became international movie stars. Hedy Lamarr, who was part of the golden age of Hollywood at the time, and of course, a certain Austrian Terminator named Arnold Schwarzenegger. We know him as the Terminator, but Schwarzenegger became very famous. Christopher Waltz also came to growth during his performances in *Inglourious Bastards* and *Django Unchained*, giving him the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor, as well as other theater productions. So, Austria plays a big role in the performing arts. Bless you. Bless me. Just gonna take a break here. Yes, get to the chopper, baby. Get to the chopper. Get to the chopper. Oh yeah, here's some of his most famous movie quotes. Arnold Schwarzenegger, very famous Austrian. Um, so some of his movie quotes include, "I'll be back," and that first appeared in the original Terminator and has become a staple. "I'll be back." Then in the movie Predator, "If it bleeds, we can kill it. If it bleeds, we can kill it." Then, obviously, Terminator 2, we have "Hasta la vista, baby. Hasta la vista." Get to the chopper was from the Predator movie, also as well. But yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger definitely had a career. He was born in uh, in Austria. He was born in the village of Thau. Um, in 1947, he actually. Yeah, this area is definitely very pretty. But yeah, look at this. This is pretty. With the mountains and everything, my goodness, that's pretty. Now that is stunning. Absolutely stunning today. I mean, the scenery out here is just stunning today. Man, it is just beautiful today. The mountains, hills, and all that across the board with the Czech. That is beautiful. Much of this area, by the way, around the border between Czechia and Germany, that region is known as Sudetenland. What's called historically as Sudetenland. It's a historical German name for the northern, southern, and western areas of the former Czechoslovakia, and it used to have a lot of Germans in it. However, after World War II, a lot of most of the Germans were actually expelled from the area. Hmm. Yeah, absolutely beautiful. This is the Bayern Bayern Bayerischer Wall National Park. That's where we're flying to over here. Uh, this in fact, National Park Bayerischer Wald is actually Bavarian Forest National Park is actually what it is. Right on the border of the Czech Republic. It was, and believe it or not, it was actually Germany's first national park. So this is Germany's first national park. Since the expansion, it covered over 24,000 acres, and it forms the largest contiguous area of forest in Central Europe. The highest peaks of the national park are uh, Great Falkenstein or Grosser Falkenstein, the Lucen, and of course the highest peak, Grosser Rachel or Great Rachel, which is the highest summit in the Bavarian Forest. It's actually the second highest summit. The animal's home to quite a few rare mammals like the Eurasian lynx, wildcat, Eurasian otter, and more. They even discovered a pair of wolves in the park, as well as rarely seen birds like the capercaillie, peregrine falcon, and the European honey buzzard, as well as 1,800 beetle species, and more. Yeah, look at this. Got a mountain. So yeah, we're gonna continue on straight for a bit longer, but this area is definitely very, very. Yeah, we don't really have that much far left to go on this leg. We're just about 150 nautical miles out from Vienna International. So we don't have that much far left to go. So I want to ask you all in the chat. I hope you guys have had a great weekend so far. The weekend's going well for all of you guys. Personally, my weekend's going okay. I didn't get the greatest sleep. I had to do some sort of sleep test, so I haven't got exactly the greatest sleep. But I have been doing most of my office schedule for Firefly Air. I've gotten most of it done over the past couple days. So as soon as I get done with today's stream, I'll probably start on the long haul legs of the monthly schedule and get those completed. I'm going to probably start with doing the flight to New York. Got quite a bit of work on it. I'm gonna also give you guys the schedule for next week's streams. So we will be back on Wednesday. We'll be doing a Firefly Air stream. I'll be flying in Mexico. We'll be doing some 737 flying. So I'm thinking about flying from Cancun over to Mexico City, and then from Mexico City we'll make our way over to Puerto Vallarta. Should be some pretty nice flying from over there as well. I think that's going to be Wednesday's stream. On Friday's stream, we'll be back on Friday. We'll be checking out... I haven't been in Africa quite a bit of time. I haven't been around Africa. I think about we're doing some flying around... I'm actually probably thinking about doing some flying around... Well... I think it's about time I bring out Victoria Falls on Friday. Next Friday will be Victoria Falls. I'll bring out Jefferson scenery. We'll be flying through much of Victoria Falls. We'll be flying through much of Zimbabwe over to Victoria Falls. And of course, Sunday at 1400 Zulu, because I am going to start this early because I have something planned on that. Because I do have something planned on that Sunday at 1 p.m. We're going to do the final stream of our DC-3 around the world trip. Guys, I can't believe we're about to reach the end of this journey. I mean, when we started this back on New Year's Day, nearly 11 months ago. We started this on New Year's Day. This was 10 months ago. When we started this thing, we were in Geneva, and we went to Avion, and then made our way over to Zagreb. That was our first DC-3 stream. I thought, how crazy that this journey would become, and man, we'll discuss about our journey, my favorite moments of the trips, and all that. There's so much to talk about. But I absolutely I'm very excited to put an end to the journey and share my thoughts of this whole trip with you. It's been absolutely incredible. Yeah, I'll post the event on the Discord for the final stream. So pretty crazy stuff. And that one should be around about nearly 3-hour stream. So guys, here's the Discord link for you guys in the chat. I set up the event for you guys. But yeah, to wrap up a series that I've been waiting to find a way to end, we will be back next week as well. So let's go ahead and finish up the rest of the Austria stuff. Let's go ahead and finish that up. Science and philosophy have played a huge role in Austria's culture for many decades, and was a cradle of many famous and numerous scientists with international reputations, and there are many of them, including Ludwig Boltzmann, who did statistical mechanics and the explanation for the second law of thermodynamics, Ernst Mach, who invented the flow of speed, a ratio of a speed of flow known as the Mach number. Yes, he's the inventor of the Mach. Victor von Hess, who discovered cosmic rays, and Christian Doppler, who invented the Doppler effect. The observed frequency of an array depends on its its relative speed of the source and the observer. And those were 19th century scientists. In the 20th century, contributions were made by quite a few people, including Lise Meitner, Erwin Schrödinger, and Wolfgang Pauli to nuclear research and quantum mechanics during the 20s and 30s, as well as modern-day physicists like Anton Zeilinger and Peter Zoller. In addition to physicists, Austria was also the birthplace of some of the most noteworthy philosophers of the 20th century, including Ludwig Wittgenstein, who did the philosophy of mathematics and logic, and Karl Popper. There's also biologists like Gregor Mendel and Konrad Lorenz, and mathematician Kurt Gödel, and engineers like Ferdinand Porsche and Siegfried Marcus, all important Austrians for engineers. And of course, there's also a lot of medicines and psychology. And one of the most famous modern ones was Sigmund Freud, who founded psychoanalysis. Was Sigmund Freud. So as a result, Austria is a very innovative country for sciences and arts. In terms of cuisine, much of it is derived from the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Austrian cuisine is mainly the tradition of the royal cuisine delivered over the centuries, and it's famous for its well-balanced variations of beef and pork dishes, as well as countless variations of vegetables. There's also lots of bakery and different pastries, like, for example, the Apfelstrudel, which is apple strudel. Then there's Topfenstrudel, made of cheese curd known as Toffen, and milk cream strudel, as well as influences from Hungarian, Czech, Polish, Jewish, Italian, Balkan, and French cuisines. Played a big role in influencing Austria's cuisine as well. One of the most famous Austrian dishes include the Wiener Schnitzel. No, it's not Wiener Schnitzel, it's Wiener Schnitzel. Because it's Wien. Wiener Schnitzel. Kaiser Martin, which is sweetened pancake. Nodel, boiled dumplings, and Tafelspitz, which is basically boiled veal mixed with minced apples and horseradish. Austria is also famous for its sugar confection, the Mozartkugel, and its coffee tradition. Austria is actually the 6th highest per capita coffee consumption in the world. And of course, beer is still very popular, mainly lagers. And of course, in terms of sports, Austria is a pretty big sport. But one of the most prominent sports in Austria is actually alpine skiing, and that's because, well, the Alps are all around the country. So alpine skiing is very popular and is a major part of promoting and growing the economy of the country. And athletes like Annemarie Moser-Pröll, Franz Klammer, Hermann Mayer, Benjamin Reich, and Marcel Hirscher are some of the greatest alpine skiers of all time. Another popular team sport is football, which is governed by the Austrian Football Association, and Austria was at one point one of the most successful football playing nations in Europe, including reaching the height of 4th in the 1934 FIBA World Cup and 3rd in 1954s. However, it's not been nearly as successful recently. In terms of other sports, in Formula One, Niki Lauda actually won three times, was the F1 World Champion in 1975, 77, 1984, and he's currently the only driver to have been a champion in both Ferrari and McLaren. Austria also hosts the Austrian Grand Prix at Red Bull Ring, as well as other tennis players like Thomas Munster and Dominic Thiem. The sport played a pretty big role in Austria during the eras of the Second Republic. So, played a pretty big role in all that. So yeah, guys, that is Austria for you. So let's talk about some Austrian fun facts about Austria. There's quite a few really fun facts. Austria is very much high altitude. Only 30% of the country is found anywhere below 1,640 feet. And most of the flat stuff of the country comes from the eastern half of the country. The north and northeastern half is some of the lowest elevation. However, most of it is actually pretty high elevation compared to many other places. So it's not the most extreme. Oh yeah, in German, Austria isn't called Austrian German. In German, the German word for Austria is Österreich, which is derived from the Eastern Realm, and that's because it was once the easternmost portion of Bavaria, hence the German, Österreich. Austria is actually also home to the oldest Europe in the continent. In 803 AD, in the walls of an abbey, St. Peter's Hilf Scolanarium is a super old restaurant inn. And finally, Red Bull, you know, the famous energy drink Red Bull. Well, it did come from Austria, though it also came from Thailand as well. You see, Austrian entrepreneur Dietrich Mateschitz, an Austrian entrepreneur, actually went on a trip to Thailand in 1982 and found a drink known as Kruiding Dang. And he liked the drink so much, he actually took the formula back to Austria as Red Bull and became a really popular drink. Pretty crazy stuff. Pretty crazy stuff. Yeah, a lot of people did not know about Red Bull, but it's one of the most popular soft drink brands behind Coke and Pepsi. Yeah, Red Bull became all sorts of things. They became big sports, sponsors all sorts of sport events, mainly extreme sports like motorcycle racing. They actually own football teams in multiple countries. They even have their own air race event, the Red Bull Air Race. As well as a athlete sponsorship of different athletes, like Chris Bryant, American skier Lindsey Vonn. So. Pretty cool stuff. Guess you guys probably didn't know about all that about Austria. And this area is just absolutely breathtaking. The second leg of the trip is going to be a little bit longer. I believe it's 101, 93, 194. 9, 230, I think 239. 239 plus, be around 470 nautical miles, so it won't be too long. But for this one, we'll also be around 6,000 feet as well. This will be for both legs of the trip. But yeah, pretty crazy stuff, guys. I hope you guys are enjoying this stream as like anyone else. If you guys are liking what you see here, and if you just come in and you're enjoying the content, smash that follow button and join the Discord, exclamation point Discord. Since we are not too far away from Vienna, from Vienna, let's go ahead and get our first land predictions of the day. Exclamation point predict. Type in a negative number. We'll get ready for our first landing of the day. So, as mentioned, predict, type in a negative number and put it in the chat. We got quite a bit of flying left to do, so we're going to be heading over to Vienna right now. Let's talk about the historic city of Austria. So here's a couple of Austrian landmarks we're checking out. Outside of Vienna, of course, because Vienna's got a ton of places to check out. They include in Salzburg, the Altstadt, including St. Peter's Abbey and Church, along with the beautiful cemetery. A lot of people know this area for being one of the filming sites of the famous movie, The Sound of Music. And people should probably be around the area. Then, of course, the spectacular tomb of the Hofburg and Hofreich, the court church where Emperor Maximilian passed away. He actually passed away in Innsbruck. You can find it here in Innsbruck. I know a lot of people know Innsbruck from the airport, but Innsbruck is also home to the burial place of Emperor Maximilian. And the last is the Melk Benedictine Abbey, which is the massive 325-meter long complex, famous for its twin tower church rising above the terrace range, located in Melk. Which is, Melk is actually not far, actually we're about near Melk, but Melk has got its very famous abbey, and that's definitely worth checking out. It is a big complex. And we visited there during our express tour, the Orient Express. We actually checked that out. Hey, Dougal McTavish, good to see you, Dougal. How you been, my dude? Good to see you, Dougal. So yeah, we're getting very close to the city of Vienna, or Vienne, as you call it. We're about 70 nautical miles away. We're not very, very far at all. We're pretty close to making our first stop, which is pretty awesome to hear. So be around. So we're not very far at all. Okay, great to have. I'm gonna get the I'm gonna get the reborn. I'm probably am gonna get the reborn at some point. Here's the thing, guys. If I end up getting the reborn, I probably am gonna get the reborn later. So I think Friday stream is gonna probably be Big Sky Country. It's going to be Salt Lake City over to Jackson, then from Jackson to Livingston, and then from Livingston to Glacier Park. But yeah, we'll be flying through quite a few mountains, hills, and peaks. We're going to be checking that out. Should be very, very exciting. But yeah, I'll get the Reborn. Trust me, dude, I'll get it. I haven't got the chance to get it right now. Oh, yeah, obviously, I'm going to definitely get some time with it. But yeah. So let's go ahead and talk a little bit about the historic city of Vienna. One of the world's great cities. Definitely an absolute gem of a city to visit. Vienna is one of my top bucket list places to visit. It is the capital, largest city in one of the 9 states of Austria. It's the most populous city, which is around 2 million people, which is 1/3 of the country's population. Nearly 1/3 of the population lives around Vienna. It's the 6th largest city proper in the European Union and the largest of all cities in the Danube. It's the cultural, economic, and political center of the country. But until the beginning of the 20th century, Vienna was actually the largest German-speaking city in the world. And it still is the 2nd largest after Berlin. It's host to many international organizations like the UN, OPEC, and OSCE. And it also forms a region along with the Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Hungary. And the city itself was designated as a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2001. It's been historically been called the city of music due to its rich musical legacy with musicians like Beethoven and Mozart, as well as the city of dreams because of Sigmund Freud. Though Vienna has actually got long roots in both Celtic and Roman settlements that transformed into a modern medieval Baroque city and more. But Vienna is a city with rich history. Oh, what airport we're landing at? Exclamation point route. Here it is. We're going to be landing here at Schwechat Airport. Lima Oscar Whiskey Whiskey. Vienna International. That is where we're going to be landing out here today. So that's where we're landing. But there are many landmarks here to check out. There are tons, and I mean tons, of places to visit. Here's at least some of them. Here's at least 3 of them. First, the Imperial Schönbrunn Palace, one of the top tourist destinations. This Baroque palace contains more than 1,400 rooms and apartments, including some of them once used by Emperor Maria Theresa herself. Schönbrunn Palace, we actually are going to be flying near it, so we might actually take pictures of the palace. So we might actually see the palace on our way there, but absolutely beautiful. It's massive. It's insanely big. Of course, if the Schönbrunn is the summer home of the Habsburgs, then we have to talk about their winter home, the longtime winter home, Hofburg, which is the main palace of it is the Hofburg, and it was the seat of the mighty Habsburg dynasty and the official residence of every single Austrian ruler since 1275. This vast complex covers 59 acres, including 18 groups of buildings, 19 courtyards, and 2,600 rooms. Yes, 2,600 rooms. Featuring, and currently now, the Hofburg features now museums, exhibitions, shops, and more. Absolutely worth checking out here in Vienna. And of course, the last major place, St. Stephen's Cathedral. You can go to the watchroom for spectacular views, visit the massive Pyramid Bell, and of course, it's been the burial site and the site of many Habsburg weddings and funerals were held here at the historic church of St. Stephen's. So yeah, that is the famous landmarks here in Vienna. And of course, the last slide about Austria here is, of course, Vienna's International Airport, Lima Oscar Whiskey Whiskey, or Schwechat. Schwechat Airport, actually, is what they call it, or Lima Oscar Whiskey Whiskey. It is the main international airport of Austria. It serves as the hub for Austrian Airlines as well as a base for Ryanair and Wizz Air. It can carry planes up to the size of the Airbus A380. It features a dense network of European destinations, along with long-haul flights to Asia, North America, and Africa. It was once built as a military airport for World War II by Heinkel, but after the war it became part of the Royal Air Force as a Royal Air Base, and then it was eventually handed back to Austria after it became independent. It has 2 runways, 1129 at 11,483 feet and 1634 at 11,811 feet. But it has flights to all those, and some destinations include European destinations to Athens, Dublin, Paris, Malta, Belgrade, London Heathrow, Nice, African destinations like Hurghada, Algiers, and of course North American destinations like Toronto Pearson, as well as in New York, JFK, Newark, and Washington Dulles Airport, to say the few. But yeah, home to a bunch of destinations in Vienna. The major hub. Well, guys, that is it for the Austrian slides about Austria. So our next couple of slides, after we land, I'll get the slide stuff ready for Slovenia. So this should be, I know we're not going to be in Slovenia for too long, but I do want to talk a bit about it since we are going to be flying over most of the country on this one. We'll be flying through most of the country on this route, so I thought we'll talk a little bit about Slovenia while we're there. So, we're gonna go ahead and descend down. We'll make our way down to around 2,000 feet. I'm gonna go ahead and start descending. Reduce the throttle a little bit, but we will be descending. Yeah, this has been very, very exciting. But yeah, I will be getting the FS Reborn pretty soon. I guess for next week's stream, I'm still going to do the Mexico flight in 737. But I believe once I get the FS Reborn, I'm going to do some flight in the Big Sky Country, fly over many of the parks and all that. It'll be a bunch of fun. But yeah, I also built an event for you guys. Make sure you guys come for the stream. It's a big, big journey. It's the end of our DC-3 journey, the final stream. Pretty insane to think about the end of our journey. It's been almost over 10 months. Hey, Distro Sheepdog, good to see ya. I've been on for a minute this morning refresh. Now I just found you're on. Hey, good to see you, Sheepdog. We're making our way over to Vienna right now. Came here at a pretty good time. I'm just descending and making our way over to the historic city of Vienna. So we're getting pretty close. Yeah, good to see you, my dude. Yeah, beautiful area here. Just absolutely breathtaking. This part of Europe is just incredible. Like a lot of Central Europe is just really beautiful. Oh, we see Wing Web. Oh, I see Wing Web's up here ahead of us. Yep. We're about to make our way over to the historic city of Vienna. Let's see if we can find Schönbrunn Palace on our way there. Here's one of the main rivers that flows through here. There's the Vienna River. There's the Allianz Stadium. And of course, Schönbrunn Palace. The mighty Schönbrunn Palace. Yeah, look at that palace. That's the Schönbrunn. That's the Winter Palace. The summer. This is the summer palace of the Habsburgs. Beautiful area. So here it is, guys. The airport should be right dead ahead. We'll be landing on runway 11. So we'll make our way there. Yep, we're about to make our first landing of the day. Go ahead. Point down a bit. Guys, welcome to Vienna. Should be a pretty good lane. Make sure you guys don't forget your predictions. Exclamation point predicts. Don't forget them, okay? We got two predictions today. We're going to be going to do this one and then the next one in Milan. Beautiful Italy. Here we go, guys. Shot Airport. Oh, and we did it. Leg number one is complete for the day. Got our first leg done. We are in Vienna. Pretty nice landing. Let's see what I got. -60. Oh my goodness. Just 20 off tabletop Android. Great prediction, my dude. So yeah, we're now in Sway Shot Airport. I'm gonna be getting me myself a drink. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna be getting me a drink. I'll be right back in just a little bit. See you in about a minute. Hey, good to see ya. All right, I'm back. So yeah, I left my phone in the grass to get a drink. Did my boss. Hey, Court, good to see ya. Let me get a shout out for Court, a good friend of mine in the community. So here's a shout out to Court and his channel. So we're now back. We're gonna go ahead and get ready for our second leg over to Milan. So we're gonna be crossing through much of southeast Austria and Slovenia, across the Adriatic Sea, and make our way from Venice to Milan. So should be some pretty nice flying. And of course, for altitude, we'll be back to 6,000 feet, like we did last time. So I'm gonna go ahead and check the fuel tank situation. Let's see what it means. Okay, just about halfway. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and change the date. Number 9th. I'm gonna go ahead back to the runway. Our heading's gonna be 198. So we'll be taxiing all the way back to runway 11. So our route's gonna take us over to Linné Airport in Milan, 6,000 feet. Our first heading's gonna be 198 degrees. Will be our first heading. So if you guys want to join us, we're in the Southeast Asia server. If you guys want to fly along, I mean, the planes you can take, DC-3 is more than welcome. If you guys are more free to take a Douglas DC-3. If you, I mean, everyone should have one. Go ahead, turn around. go ahead and so yeah, and we're off. We'll be climbing up to 6,000 feet. So let's go ahead and talk about our slideshow for right now. We're going to be talking about the country of Slovenia. This small country in southern Central Europe is bordered by Italy to the west, Austria to the north, Hungary to the northeast, Croatia to the south and southeast, and a short coastline to the southwest. Slovenia is mostly mountainous and forested, covering around 20,000 square kilometers or 7,800 square miles, with a population of 2.1 million people. Slovenia is really unique because Slovenia is at a crossroads of various different languages and cultures, including Slavic, Germanic, and Romance cultures, and has been a part of many different states over its very long history, for the region's long history, from the Romans to the Byzantines, the Carolingians, the Holy Roman Empire, the Kingdom of Hungary, the Republic of Venice, Illyria, the First French Empire, Austria, and the Austro-Hungarians as well. So it had a very unique crossroads of various cultures and traditions. Currently, right now, Slovenia is a very developed country with a high-income economy, and it ranks very highly in the Human Development Index and amongst the lowest income inequality of the world. And it's part of the EU, Eurozone, United Nations, and the OECD, as well as NATO. So Slovenia is actually, despite being a small country, Slovenia is actually doing quite well. And it's definitely a beautiful little gem of a country, if I say so myself. I did a whole stream in Slovenia. It's absolutely breathtaking to visit. I highly recommend doing some GA flying around Slovenia. It's absolutely gorgeous. So, about its history, there's quite a few bits of its timeline, but here's some bits of its history. Like I said, we're just flying over it. I'm not going to go too much depth over Slovenia's history, but I will tell you a couple of things. The border of the Roman Empire in 221 BC arrives at the Julian Alps. The Roman foundation of Aquileia marks the beginning of the gradual conquering of modern-day Slovenia by the Romans at 181 BC. At 12 BC, the army of Romans, led by Tiberius, who was once one of the, he conquered much of Pannonia, which is modern-day Hungary, but also much of northeastern Slovenia. Then after the Romans was the first wave of Slavic settlement from Moravia, reaches the eastern Alps and the western margin of the Pannonian Plain. Then the Slavic Duke of Carniola aids the Carolingian Duke against the Avars, and this territory became part of the Carolingian Empire for a little bit. And then Great Morava was destroyed by the Magyars, which is the modern-day Hungarians. In 1112, mentions the capital of Ljubljana by its modern name, by its German name Castrum Laibach. Then in 1282, the Habsburgs do take over much of the Slovenian lands they began, which the Habsburgs were historically been the longtime rulers of the Slovenian lands, are the Habsburgs. Then in 1511, the capital was destroyed, devastated by an earthquake. In 1593, the Battle of Sisnak restores balance of power, and it brings the expansion of the Ottoman Empire to Slovenian lands to a halt. Then the Congress of Laibach takes place in Ljubljana. Then another earthquake devastates the capital in 1895. Franz Ferdinand was assassinated. In Sarajevo, the hands of a Serb assassin, World War I begins. Eventually, after the war, the Slovenes, Croats, and Serbs joined with Serbia in Montenegro to form Yugoslavia. The king of Yugoslavia was assassinated in Marseille together with the French foreign minister by Croatian nationalists. In April 6, 1941, German, Italian, and Hungarian forces occupied Slovenia and divided into three parts between each of the different factions. Then the post-war government was named in post-war Slovenia. Then in 1954, Trieste had actually been given to the Italians. So Slovenia gets the north of Istra, Then in 1980, Tito actually dies in the medical center at Ljubljana, who was the longtime ruler of Yugoslavia. On 1990, a referendum of independence was held, and 88% of the electorate voted for independence. Yugoslavia declares independence from Yugoslavia. 10-day war ends on July 7th, and Slovenia is now officially independent. And then in 2004, Slovenia enters the European Union with Cyprus, the Czech Republic, Hungary, Latvia, and more. Just a brief history of Slovenia. Don't want to get too in depth with Slovenia's history. After all, Slovenia really isn't the main topic on this stream. Our main thing is mainly with Italy. But I do want to talk a little bit about Slovenia for a bit, since I'm going to be flying over the country. Yeah, absolutely breathtaking scenery today, guys. This has been amazing. Mm. So, yeah, beautiful area here. The Alps are absolutely breathtaking here today. The view is absolutely breathtaking. Just breathtaking. So, so yeah, I want to ask you guys. I hope you guys had any great weekend plans. If you guys had any really cool ideas for the weekend, there's been quite a bit of stuff that happened this weekend for you guys. So if you're curious, I hope you guys had a good weekend and had an enjoyable day. Oh yeah, we got some more flight sim news for you guys. So it turns out Iris finally released a new plane that's just came. They released a brand new plane, the T6 trainer, T6 Texan 2. Just came out from Iris Simulations. So they now released the T6 Texan 2. Just came out for $35 US. Should be interesting. So that should be interesting. So yeah, I did see that in the news. An absolutely beautiful flying here in the Alps. Just stunning. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and talk about another thing about Slovenia. Let's go ahead and I want to talk a bit more. So Slovenia also has a really unique geography too. Despite Slovenia being in a pretty small country, Slovenia is at the crossroads of both Central and Southeast Europe, touching the Alps and the Adriatic Sea. There are actually four major regions in Slovenia: the Alps, the Dinarides, Pannonian Plain, and the Mediterranean Sea, other the shore of the Adriatic Sea. Are all important areas of Slovenia. One of the other areas that refers to a lot in Slovenia is the karst topography, and that's because Southwest Slovenia is home to the Karst Plateau, a limestone region of underground rivers, gorges, and caves. And you can find all sorts of caves and stuff across Slovenia, so you got tons of really cool caves to visit. Slovenia's highest point is the mountain Triglav at 9,396 feet, or 2,864 meters, and is a preeminent symbol of Slovenia. So, definitely, and as a result, this area can get quite mountainous and hilly, which definitely makes it a very beautiful area to visit. As a result. So, in terms of climate, on the coast is mainly humid subtropical on the coast. However, for most of Slovenia is an oceanic climate, with a continental climate in cold winters in the plateaus and mountains, and subpolar tundra above the tree line and the peaks. Away from the coast, precipitation is kind of high, with the spring particularly prone to rainfall, and then during the winter, the Alps regions technically have frequent snowfalls in the wintertime. But typically, the areas of Slovenia vary quite a bit. Mainly it gets warmer around the interior region than the coast, though in the winter the coast gets warmer as a result. But of course, one of the most interesting things about Slovenia is that despite Slovenia's small size, it's actually got an extremely diverse amount of wild habitats. Due to its contact with geological units and regions and human influences, Slovenia has extremely high amount of biodiversity despite its small size. In fact, 1% of the world's organisms actually live in this small country. There are 75 different mammal species like marmots, alpine ibex, and chamois, as well as numerous types of deer, boar, and hare species. And carnivores like the Eurasian lynx, European wildcats, foxes, and even the European jackal. Slovenia is also home to a lot of cave species, including the only aquatic salamander, the ole, and also a wide variety of bird species, like the tawny owl, eagle owl, hawks, short-tailed eagles, black and green woodpeckers, and crows. And of course, it's also home to 2,400 species of fungi. And you wouldn't believe this, Slovenia is the third most forested country in Europe, so it's home to all sorts of variety of unique tree species too. So, despite Slovenia's really small size, the country packs a huge punch when it comes to biodiversity and unique landscape. So, very, very important. In terms of Slovenia's government, Slovenia is a parliamentary democracy republic with a multi-party system. The head of state is the president, though the executive authority is handled by the government of Slovenia, with headed by the prime minister. He's the main head of the government. The judicial powers are executed by the judges, elected by the National Assembly, and it's implemented by the courts with general responsibilities. Legislative authority is handled by a bicameral Parliament of Slovenia, characterized by an asymmetric duality, and much of the bulk of power concentrated in the National Assembly with 90 members. That typically makes up the government. And then we have Slovenia's economy. So, despite Slovenia having a really small country again, Slovenia economically is actually doing quite well. In fact, in terms of per capita, it's actually the richest Slavic country per capita. It's also among the top global economies in terms of human capital, and it has a rich mining industrial tradition, chemical industry, and service activities. It was also the first new member in 2007 to introduce the euro as a currency. And as a result, Slovenia's continued to grow economically, though it's kind of stagnated a bit. But Slovenia's been a major manufacturing place, mainly with automobile and electronic engineering. It's also got a lot of exports, are a major part of Slovenia's economy. So with Slovenia's high openness, it makes the country very sensitive to economic conditions. But the main industries and services include like motor vehicles, electric and electronic equipment, machinery, pharmaceuticals, and fuels, which include companies like appliance manufacturer Orange, pharmaceutical companies Kirka, and the oil distributing company Petro Group. Of course, in recent years, tourism has actually really grown in Slovenia, and there's all sorts of little things in Slovenia. If you ever visit the capital, you have tons of important Baroque and Vienna style buildings, as well. And there's it's a really unique area too. Tons of little places. There's also some beautiful natural scenery with Lake Bled, Mount Triglav. You have many caves, Scotian caves particularly, which is made of all that karst. And of course, it's also got winemaking too. Around the city of Maribor's got a winemaking tradition. And of course, lots of spas, castles, and all sorts of tourism. So in recent years, Slovenia's really grown in tourism. And it's definitely a place I really want to check out, is tourism in Slovenia. There's tons of really. So then we got transportation. In Slovenia, transportation routes have actually been dictated by geography. With all the mountain ranges, rivers, and proximity to Danube, it's played a unique role in transportation corridors. Though the largest part of transport has been road freight and passenger transport, it's the largest part, 80%. The major Slovenian port is Koper, which is around in the southeast of the country, is Koper. That's the main Slovenian port. But air transport is kind of low in Slovenia, though it has been growing since 1991. Air travel is growing quite a bit. So, the main international airport is actually in the capital, Lima Juliet. It's definitely a pretty little airport, and it's got a pretty cool got some pretty cool approaches and stuff. It's got some pretty cool little approaches and stuff. It's a neat airport to visit, as well. So, and then of course, the culture of Slovenia. So Slovenia's got a very unique culture because it has been in such a crossroads between Because it's such a crossroads between Romance, Slavic, and Germanic traditions, it creates a really unique fabric of culture. There's over 2,500 churches, 1,000 castles, ruins, and houses that are unique part of it. There are 4 natural cultural sites in Slovenia that are UNESCO World Heritage, including the Skocian Caves, the Adria Mercury mine site, the Ljubljana Marsh, and of course, we have Prejama Castle as well, half hidden in a cave. So, of course, Slovenia's got a rich cultural tradition, and that's what makes it so important. Oh. Then Slovenian cuisine is actually a mix of all sorts of different Central European cuisine, especially Austrian-Hungarian, Mediterranean cuisine, and Balkan cuisine. And because of all the different crossings, they have very unique dishes. Though the most characteristic dishes in Slovenia are one-pot dishes, including risette, which is basically hot barley, beans, potatoes, and more, all in cured pork, Istrian stew, minestrone, Zagonski, and more. There's also, and of course, it's also home to the world's oldest vine, which is around 400 years old. The old vines, which will lead to a better wine. And also, wine is a big deal in Slovenia. Slovenia also, despite being a small country, is also pretty well known for sports. Sports are also another tradition here. Slovenia is a national sports venue with many successes in handball, basketball, volleyball, associated football / soccer, ice hockey, and more. Back in the old days, the most popular sports prior to World War II were gymnastics and fencing. All sorts of athletes winning gold medal. Though after the war, soccer as well as basketball, handball, and volleyball became popular among Slovenians. And winter sports have been very successful for Slovenians, as Slovenian sports people since 1992 have won 52 Olympic medals, including 12 of them being gold. And individual sports are also very popular, with mountaineering and tennis. And many Slovenians have gotten many reputations about being successful in extreme sports. And Slovenia has also been extremely successful in basketball. So overall, Slovenia has been very, very successful in sports. So that's the notes on Slovenia. I want to get those through pretty quickly because we have a lot more to talk about in Italy. Here are some fun facts about Slovenia to learn about. One of the oldest stone arch bridge railways was built. The Solcon Bridge, which was built around between the years 1900 and 1906, around 4,500 stones that reached 220 meters. All of it's made from stone. There are about more than 10,000 caves in Slovenia. The most famous is Posto Jana Cave. The highest mountain in Slovenia is Mount Triglav, around 8,806 feet. You can visit the world's largest ski jump in Planica. And it's been set many world records have been set in that ski jump. And the first married couple to even reach the summit of Mount Everest were Slovenians. So, yeah, lots of pretty interesting facts about Slovenia. And last but not least, here's some well-known facts about Slovenia worth checking out. Of course, we got Bled Island. If you guys have never been to Lake Bled, highly recommend visiting there in the sim. Absolutely beautiful, featuring the Church of the Assumption, a museum, and of course the ride on the gondola. It is just beautiful. I would love to check it. But of course, you can visit the old town of Ljubljana, featuring all sorts of impressive architecture, picturesque river, tons of restaurants and bars. It's a very unique, very, very unique city. I really recommend exploring the city a bit. It's definitely really cool. You both see a new and old. And of course, Blood Castle as well. Definitely worth checking out, featuring the lake's history and as a ski resort. And then Pajama Castle that was built in 1202 at the cave mouth of a cavern up a 123-meter cliff. So that's it, guys. That is everything about Slovenia. I know I kind of rushed through it a bit, but we'll be back in Slovenia for our around the world trip next year. When we get to it, we'll be back in Slovenia. So we'll be back to visiting there once again. I promise you that much. Oh, guys. So I think we're about to get to turn here pretty shortly. I think we're just about 29 miles from turning. We'll be turning at our heading will be at 234 on our next waypoint as we make our way across the Slovenian landscape. So yeah, I know that was a bit of slides, but I wanted to go ahead and cover Slovenia since we are technically flying over. Just breathtaking. Hey, Floxtrot, good to see you, Flox. Welcome on in, my dude. Thank you for the shout out, Typhon. Check out Floxtrot, a wonderful friend of the community and an amazing dude. Long-time moderator and supporter of the channel. Check out Floxtrot. Good to see you, Flox. We're making our way over to Milan. We took off from Vienna a bit back, and we're now making our way over to Milan. This is the penultimate stream of our DC-3 journey. Lakes 62 and 63. It's pretty crazy to think about this because next week is going to be the official end of the journey is next week. I know it's crazy to even think about our journey coming to an end, but it's been an absolute pleasure doing this with you guys. But yeah, it's been amazing to be here as well. Yeah, this area is just absolutely breathtaking. This part of Europe, incredible. I was going to type the never-ending journey, but ends next week. Gotcha. But yeah, if you guys want to check out my Discord, exclamation point Discord, if you guys are free to check it out. But yeah, I set up the event for next Sunday for you guys to check out. It would be the finale stream of the channel. I highly recommend you guys check it out. It's going to be at 1400 Zulu on next Sunday. I have an outing at 1, so I wanted to get that done. But yeah, this is the finale of our journey, guys. It's going to be pretty crazy to think about. This is going to be the end. But it's pretty insane to think about. End of one journey. Now we can get prepared for the next one. So to our left ahead of us is Slovenia's second largest city. Maribor is its second largest city. So there's Maribor. I mean, it's a beautiful little city. I mean, the cities in Slovenia are very beautiful. Got a lot of great areas. Yeah, beautiful city. Just beautiful. All right, guys, let's go ahead and turn that heading. There we go. Man, this is just breathtaking. Slovenia is just stunning. Let's see our fuels. I'm gonna look at my fuel situation. I guess we don't need to change tanks right now. I will be keeping an eye on the tanks, but I don't need to change anything right now. I think once we get through the high points of Slovenia, I don't think we can have to worry. Oh, dinner time for you, Dougal. Thank you so much, Dougal. I hope to see you again soon. Enjoy your dinner and have a great rest of your day, Dougal. Take care, and thanks for your help, as always. Yeah, beautiful area of the Alps. And the mountains here are just absolutely breathtaking. Breathtaking. So I'm going to go ahead, guys, and get ready for the next topic, since we're right around that time. Let's talk about the second main topic of the stream. We're talking about Italy, of course, Italia. Well, Italy, for you guys that don't know, is located in southern and western Europe, located in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea, consisting of a peninsula delimited by the Alps and several islands. And Italy currently shares land borders with France, Switzerland, Austria, Slovenia, and the enclave microstates of the Vatican and San Marino. Italy covers an area of 301,340 square kilometers, or 116,350 square miles, and a population of nearly 60 million people, making it the 10th largest country by land area in Europe and the third most populous member state of the EU, with the capital largest city being Rome. Due to its central geographic location, Italy has been home to a historic myriad of peoples and cultures, including the Italic peoples, the Etruscans, Celts, Greeks, and other ancient people. But Italy has had a very long history as well. For a long time, obviously, you guys know about the Roman Empire. Obviously, any guy who learned about history, Rome became a very major city as well. Then, even after the Romans, the region still played a role in many powers, including the Holy Roman Empire, the Papal States, the Republic of Venice, and with all that. Currently, right now, Italy is a source of many inventions, discoveries, as well as a rich culture, rich history of culture, including cuisine, literature, art, and music, and of course, fashion too. It also has the largest number of UNESCO World Heritage Sites at 58, and is the world's 5th most visited country, making Italy a great power when it comes to a lot of historical stuff. But yeah, Italy has so much history stuff. I did want to talk a little bit about it. At 2000 to 1200 BC, tribes from Central Europe and Asia, the Villonians, first settled into northern Italy during that time period. But there are all sorts of different kinds of people around here too. And of course, there have been many foreign powers came to the country, including the Phoenicians, who established colonies across Sicily and Sardinia, as well as the Greeks and a number of Greek colonies around the coast, including ones from Iona as well. However, the big part that defined modern Italian history goes all the way back to 753 BC when Rome was founded. It originally was a settlement on the river Tiber. It was founded in 753 BC, and it was ruled originally by monarchs of Latin origins. And the tradition was handed down 7 kings, including the first king Romulus, as well as Antius Marcius, Severus, and more. Then afterwards, the Romans expelled their last king in 509 BC and became the Roman Republic, and that lasted all the way to the rise of the Roman Empire. Many of the famed Roman events include the Punic Wars against Carthage, with Rome winning the wars and expanding west through Hispaniola, which is modern-day Gaul and Spain and North Africa. Then in 58 BC, Caesar conquers Gaul and crossed the Rubicon, and he became a dictator of the Roman Republic. But he was assassinated in 44 BC. You guys probably are aware of his assassination. Afterwards, eventually Rome became an empire, starting with Augustus, and It led from 96 AD to 180, became Pax Romana, the golden century of the Roman Empire, and reached its absolute peak. At one point, the extent of the empire was massive. Um, the peak was under Emperor Trajan. He had an empire that went as far north as Britannia, as far west as modern Morocco and Portugal, as far east as Mesopotamia and Babylon, and as far south as southern Egypt into Sudan. Basically, the Romans had a massive empire and reached the peak of Trajan. However, unfortunately, the Romans had a lot of instability issues. After Pax Romana, Rome kind of had some major stability issues. And that caused Rome, over the next couple centuries, to become more and more unstable. And that caused Rome to eventually collapse in 476 AD when Odoacer's kingdom claimed it and fell to the Visigoths. Afterwards, in 533 to 553, Justinian then brings all of Italy under the rule of the Eastern Roman Empire, based in Constantinople, but it did not last very long. They kind of overstretched themselves. Then in 800 AD, we had the rise of Charlemagne and his rise. During all that time, he founds the Carolingian Empire and he was crowned Holy Roman Emperor, bringing much of Rome and much of modern Italy into the Carolingian Empire. Though his empire didn't really last long. Throughout the rest of that time period until then, Italy had quite a bit of turbulent history. Mainly, it's been dominated by a lot of city-states, like the Papal States, the Duchy of Naples, the Republic of Venice, Genoa, Pisa, all these maritime republics. So as a result, Italy had quite a bit of an interesting history. It had a lot of different states as well. It was very similar to a lot of Germany was back at the time. However, one major point that changed was in 1469, Lorenzo de' Medici, he leads the city of Florence, and it led to the rise of the Italian Renaissance period. A lot of it came from trade and sciences during that time. A lot of Greek scholars and texts made their way to Italy with the discovery of Greco-Roman humanism. It basically created the rise of the Renaissance period, which brought a whole new age of art and culture to Europe. As a result. Also, Italy played a major role in the Age of Discovery. Of course, Christopher Columbus, he worked for Spain, but he was actually an Italian. As well as John Cabot and Amerigo Vespucci, who actually gave the name America. It's actually named after him. In 1527, Rome was sacked by Charles V. But it was thanks to the mighty men of the Swiss Guard to actually protect the Pope. And then we have a couple more bits of modern history. Italy has quite a bit of a modern history to it as well. In terms of modern Italy, Napoleon has actually invaded Italy multiple times and founded many different republics, though they didn't last until after the Congress of Vienna. Eventually reestablished returned the states back to their kingdoms. However, there has been a lot of talks about Italian unification, and the roots of it started in 1848. There's been a lot of drive to unify Italy. First start of it was the uprisings against Austria, and eventually the revolution failed, but it provided a lot of fervor for the next couple of years. And mainly the force that led the Italian unification was led by Sardinia Piedmont. Sardinia Piedmont led to many different campaigns to unify Italy, against the Austrians. And he led to many of the campaigns. The end of it came in 1860 with the conquest of Rome. And finally, Italian unification was truly completed in 1870 with Rome being conquered from the Papal States, and Italy has finally been unified at long last, with Victor Emmanuel become King of Italy. Afterwards, in World War I, Italy joined in 1915, joined in the Entente to complete national unity. However, they were promised to get Dalmatia as well as parts of the Ottoman Empire and all that. However, the war didn't really go as well for the Italians. And for many Italians, they thought they didn't get as much as they wanted to by the territories promised by the Treaty of London. And that rhetoric eventually led to the rise of Italian fascism, which of course did have its leader, a guy named Benito Mussolini, if you guys aren't aware of him. Mussolini took power in Italy in 1922 with his National Fascist Party, marched into Rome. Mussolini banned all the political parties, curtailed personal liberties, and formed a dictatorship, inspired other ones in Germany and Spain. Eventually, with Italy rising to fascism and after many attempts over the years to try and expand Italy's empire into Ethiopia, and the Balkans, Italy joins World War II in 1940 as they joined Nazi Germany. However, the Italians were not super competent, and after Italy fell in 1943, Italy switched sides and joined the Allies, and eventually Germany is defeated. And after the war, Italy becomes a republic in 1946. Then throughout the 1950s and 60s, Italy went through an economic miracle and grew considerably economically. And then finally in 2000, during the Holy Year, millions of people flocked to Rome in the Holy Year, as many of them move on to that. So that's just a brief overview of Italy's long history. Like I said, it's not easy to go through all of it, but the region has gone through a lot of change. So we made our way over to Ljubljana. This is the capital of Slovenia. There's the airport. Here's the thing. I actually like flying to this airport. It's actually a really cool airport to check out. Pretty good long-sized runway. And I mean, it's got some really neat approaches. It's got multiple very fun little approaches. It's got And I mean, it's got multiple pretty fun approaches too. I really do like flying into that airport. Yeah, this is the capital of Slovenia. I'm just gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and switch tanks. Switch tanks while I'm right here. There we go. Yeah, guys, that is Italy's rich history. So we got a lot more of Italy to talk about. Of course, Italy is a pretty important country. So yeah, guys, we're about 232 nautical miles from our final stop here in Milan. Should be an absolutely beautiful flight here. Yeah. So yeah, this is the capital of Slovenia, as you guys can see. I mean, it's definitely a beautiful place. So, beautiful area here. Actually, let me get back to the next thing. Let's go back to um, Italy's geography. Actually, Italy's geography is kind of interesting. Actually, geographically, Italy is definitely a very unique area. Um, One of the biggest changes about Italy, and definitely one of the more interesting things, is that Italy is actually very surprisingly a mountainous country. About 35% of Italy's territory is mountainous, and they mainly form all across the country, including the backbone of it, the peninsula, is the Apennine Mountains, and then the Alps form most of the northern boundary is the Alps, as well as other mountains, including there's all sorts of mountains, including the highest point in Italy, Mount Blanc, but other mountains include the Matterhorn, Mont Rosa, Gran Paradiso, and the Dolomites. Italy also has many peninsulas and islands around here too. But yeah, Italy is a pretty mountainous country. You'd be surprised. But also, Italy has tons of hills, and most of Italy's territory covers are hills. But the hills are very important for a lot of wine. Wine is grown. A lot of these hills are grown by Italian wines, as well as plains and a few rivers. Though Italy does suffer from occasional earthquakes and, of course, volcanoes, mainly Mount Vesuvius, mainly. But Italy's geography is definitely very unique, for sure. Yeah, Italy definitely a very. In terms of Italy, Italy also has a very high biodiversity, some of the highest in all of Europe. Over 57,000 species are recorded here in Italy. So it has some of the highest biodiversity of fauna in Europe, which is more than a third of all of it in the continent, and the most in the European Union. And it's because Italy has so much different habitats and all that. And there's over 4,700 endemic animal species living in Italy, including the following, including the Sardinian long-eared bat, the spectacled salamander, Italian frog, the Sicilian pond turtle, as well as Italy's national animal, the Italian wolf, which is its national animal, the wolf. There's also 5,000 vascular plant species, as well as many botanical gardens and stuff where people can see a lot of the plants. The national tree of Italy is the strawberry tree. And apparently the Italian wolf is also the Italian animal due to its huge cultural significance, as the wolf played in Roman mythology. The Italian wolf played a role in the founding of Rome by suckling the twins of Romulus and Remus. So the Italian wolf plays a pretty big role in Italian culture. But yeah, Italy is very rich in biodiversity. Very, very rich. And I forgot about climate, but the climate of Italy, according to my research, is influenced by the Mediterranean Sea. But Italy has a wide variety of different climate conditions. If it's by the Mediterranean to the west, it's actually pretty hot summer Mediterranean climates. You get more into the inland, you actually have more of an oceanic climate or subpolar oceanic climate or humid subtropical. And when you get really far to the north to the Alps, it gets to becomes more of an oceanic with some colder climates of the mountains. But as a result, it's a very diverse climate as well. But yeah, during the Mediterranean coast, they can get pretty warm. With generally hot and dry summers. So do keep that in mind when you get to Italy. I think to our west we see the Sea of Trieste. To the west. Well, in terms of Italy's parliament, it's currently a unitary parliamentary republic. It was that way since June 2nd, 1946, when the monarchy was abolished. And it's based on a mixed, proportional, and majority voting system with a perfectly bicameral parliament featuring the Chamber of Deputies and the Senate. The Supreme Court is the highest court in Italy, a castiation. So Italy basically is like a parliamentary republic like many other European nations. Hey, you gonna say Quart? Yeah, I'm doing quite well. In terms of Italy's economy, Italy has a major advanced capitalist mixed economy, ranking the third largest in Europe and the eighth largest world by nominal GDP. So it's among the top 10 largest economies in the world. It's a founding member of the G7, the Eurozone, and is regarded as one of the world's most industrialized nation and a leading country in trade. And it's among the top 30 in human development with well in life expectancy, healthcare, and education, known for its creative and innovative business. And it's one of the world's largest manufacturing countries. It's sixth, um, mainly focusing on clustered in several districts, and it focuses on the export of niche market and luxury products. They focus more on quality. So Italy focuses more on the luxuries. Italy is also a major part in automobile manufacture, mainly with a wide range of acclaimed cars, including Maserati, Pagani, Lamborghini, and Ferrari, are major Italian automobile products. Um, and of course, there's also lots of banks and stuff too. However, despite important achievements, Italy had a lot of issues with with non-structural and structural problems with the Italian economy. Despite all the great things Italy has, it's had a lot of issues with that as well. But the big thing about Italy's economy has been agriculture. Italy, after all, is around, there's 1.6 million farms in Italy since 2010, covering around 12.7 million hectares or 31 million acres. Most of the agricultural use include grain, olive trees, vineyards, citrus, sugar beets, and horticulture. And of course, Italy is the world's largest wine producer. And it's also leading in olive oil, fruits, and vegetables. I mean, it makes sense why Italy is one of the great wine producing countries. Italy, some of the most famous Italian wines include the Tuscan Chianti red wine and the Piedmontese Barolo wines. And the reason why Italy grows a lot of wine is because Italy's climate actually makes it perfect for wine growing. Thanks to its latitudinal range, it's a long shoreline, which means moderate climate, and mountainous hilly terrain as well. But outside of that, there's also a lot of regional cheeses as well. So, but they mainly specialize in quality goods. So, there's that as well. And of course, then we have transportation. Italy has a well-developed transport infrastructure. Italy was actually the first country to build modern motorways, known as the Autostrade, for motor vehicles. And there's about 415,000 miles of serviceable roads here in Italy. It also has a national railway network that's around 10,000 miles of railways, mainly for a lot of trains for various services, including the fast Frecciarossa bread trains that can operate up to 240 miles an hour. Italy is also among the largest terms of passengers in Europe for air transport, about 148 million passengers, with two major hubs in Malpensa in Milan and Leonardo da Vinci International in Rome. And its flag carrier is ITA Airways, as well as major seaports, including the largest one in Genoa. So Italy became a major transportation hub in Europe. And finally, we have science and technology. Italy's had a very long history with science, and there are many famous scientists and inventors here in Italy, including polymaths like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo. Then we have Galileo Galilei, an astronomer, physicist, engineer, who built the Flower of Observational Astronomy. And there's also other scientists and physicists like Amedeo Avogadro with molecular theory, the induction motor of Galileo Ferraris and Antonio Pazzanoni, and more. There's also biology, including many biologists and physicists as well. But Italy has made a lot of big, and of course, Italy is also home to the largest underground research center in the world, the Laboratory Nazionale di Gran Sasso, or the LNGS. And finally, the last thing is that tourism is a huge deal for Italy. Italy's among the world's most visited countries. It's the 5th most for international tourism. And it makes sense why a lot of people love visit Italy. Between culture, cuisine, history, fashion, art, religious sites, and more, Italy has nearly everything you could want. And of course, it is the leading cruise tourism destination in the Mediterranean Sea. A lot of cruise ships like to visit Italy. And the most visited regions include Venice, Tuscany, Lombardy, Emilia-Romagna, and Lazio are some of the most visited regions in Italy. And Rome is actually a top 3 visited city in Europe and top 15 in the world. And of course, there's also tons of UNESCO World Heritage sites to pick from, so can't go wrong with Italy picking. So yeah, that is a bit more about Italy. We're just 169 nautical miles out. We're just somewhat less than an hour away from our final stop here in Milan. I know we did talk quite a lot. I did talk quite a bit in the notes. I do apologize about talking so much out of the notes, because we got a lot of stuff to talk about. So, but yeah, further ahead, I think we guys can actually see the historic city of Venice ahead of us. I bet you guys probably heard of that city. Of the historic city in Venice will be um, located here in northern Italy. This city has definitely got a really cool history. It's actually built on a group of 118 small islands, separated by a lot of open water canals, linked to 430 bridges. It was derived for the ancient Venetian people, and it was the historic capital for the Republic of Venice for nearly 1,000 years. And it was a major financial and maritime power during the Middle Ages and Renaissance. And it remains a very popular tourist destination. However, it faces a lot of challenges thanks to all the tourists, pollution, tide peaks, and cruise ships. So, but yeah, I'm doing quite well there, Court. Just checking around the area as well. So, yeah, we're doing very well. We're about to approach the historic city of Venice. But yeah, guys, we're just not that much farther away. So here it is, guys. We're right around the city of Venice. We're not very far at all. Yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying this stream. I know it's been quite a bit of a while. It's about a 4-hour stream, so thankfully though the next stream should be much shorter. It should be around 2 hours. So pretty crazy though. But absolute breathtaking. But yeah, guys, I think we see Venice. I think that's Venice right next to us. The historic city of Venice. Now, we'll visit the city more when we get to our around the world trip next year when we get to visit Venice. So here it is, Venice. Beautiful Venice, guys. Absolutely breathtaking city. There's also a little airstrip we can visit. Beautiful Venice. That is just stunning. Does that look good, guys? That is Venice. Absolutely breathtaking. Yeah, there's a lot of tourists. That is a sad thing too, and I can understand why people, the Italians, have been wanting to get rid of a lot, been wanting to try and limit the tourists. Yeah, there's a point that there are way more tourists than people live in Italy, and I think with all that tourism has also driven up a lot of the cost of living. We're gonna go ahead and turn left, turn right, and now we can start on the next part of the slideshow. I've been working on this one, the Italian language. Italian is one of the main Romance languages, along with French, Spanish, Portuguese, and, believe it or not, Romanian. But Italian language has had a very long history. It evolved from the Vulgar Latin of the Roman Empire, and along with Sardinian, Italian is actually, believe it or not, the least divergent language from Latin. It's spoken by 85 million people. It's the official language of Italy, San Marino, Switzerland, and the primary language of the Vatican City. It's spoken by large immigrant and expat communities in the Americas and Australia. And it's one of the major languages of the European continent. And now, one of the unique things about Italian is that all native Italian words end with vowels and has a 7-vowel sound system. Even though have both mid-low and mid-high sounds, Italian has a contrast between the short and long consonants in gemination, or the doubling of consonants. In terms of Italy's writing system, Italian uses 21 of the 26-letter Latin alphabet to write the Italian language. Written Italian is very regular and almost completely phonemic, almost one-to-one between the letters and sounds. The Italian alphabet also has 5 vowel letters: A, E, I, O, U. The acute accent may be used on E and O to represent close mid-vowels when they're stressed, rather than the default second to last syllable. So we finally get to some Italian words and phrases that you guys might actually learn in Italy. Yes, in Italy is C. So C. You want your espresso? C. No is no. It's actually pretty same thing as English. No. Now, please is a bit different. It's per favore. Please is per favore. Per favore. Per favore. Yeah, per favore. Can I have an espresso? Have an espresso per favore. And then thank you is grazie. Grazie is thank you. Grazie. Grazie. Super Typhon. Then you're welcome is prego. Prego. Then I'm sorry in Italian is mi dispiace. Okay. Mi dispiace. Mi dispiace. Mi dispiace is I'm sorry. Then a formal good morning is buongiorno. 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 Buongiorno is good morning formally. Then house wine is vino della casa. Della casa. Vino della casa is house wine. So if you guys want the house wine, you tell them that you want the vino della casa. And finally, help is aiuto. Aiuto. Or help. That's not all of the words in Italian, but these are at least several really important ones to learn while you're in Italy. Very, very important to learn. So that is about the Italian language. So we're just 111 nautical miles out, so we're going to go ahead and do some land predictions. Type in exclamation point, type in a negative number, get prepared for the landing. We got quite a bit of flying left to do. We just got about a few more minutes. But guys, thank you so much for joining me on the second to last leg of the stream of the series, dude. The second to last stream of the series. Guys, it's a massive pleasure to do this with you guys, always. Thank you for the support. And we actually have a follow from Ben Tays. Good to see you, Ben Tays. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a good day and are enjoying the stream. But yeah, I've had a bunch of fun here, as always. But yeah, what's up, my dude? Good to see you, Ben Taste. Hope you're doing well. We're flying the Douglas DC-3 from Vienna to Milan. This is actually the third to last leg of the series. We start all the way back on New Year's Day. This series is the recreation of what Team Breitling did back in 2017. They started in Geneva, and they did a 7-month journey across the world in this DC-3 particular one. In this DC-3, they went across Europe, the Middle East, various regions of Asia, like India, Thailand, the Philippines, Taiwan, Japan. They went across North America, the US and Canada, and then they crossed the Atlantic back into Europe. But we're now at the very end of the journey, and it's pretty crazy to think about it. We did all this for the DC-3 stuff. Pretty crazy to think about, but I thought when I started this journey back in New Year's Day, I wanted to do this because the DC-3 just came to the sim, and I thought this would be a good way to celebrate the 40th anniversary edition. So I thought this would be a great way to celebrate the 40th anniversary edition. And I never did an around the world trip on my own. I've been a part of other ones, but never done one on my own. Oh, no worries there, Phlox. I do appreciate keeping you company. More than welcome, my dude. Always. But yeah, we don't have much further left to go. At all. So I have a Discord. If you want to join my Discord, Taze, I set up a Discord channel for you in the chat. It's !Discord for the command. But yeah, it's been going good. It's all it can get quite squirrely sometimes. When I first got the DC, when I first flew it, I had trouble landing it too. But I do like it. It is a bunch of fun to fly. As always. DC-3 has been very, very enjoyable, and I enjoy flying both the classic cockpit and the retrofit. I do enjoy flying both. And they're both a bunch of fun. If you guys are also new to the channel, I do stream 3 days a week. On Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. On Wednesdays, I will do the virtual airline streams with Firefly Air. And we do a lot of the airline stuff, mainly in the 7-3 and the ATR is the two main airliners. Though I might be occasionally flying the 7-8 or the 7-4, and even the Airbus. On that rare occasion in the Blue Moon. Fridays would be our main general aviation stream. We'll be flying all sorts of general aviation planes, from the turboprops to the bush planes, to the small bush planes, and in between. We'll be doing all sorts of general aviation stuff. And those will be on the Friday stream. And of course, Sundays will be primarily going to be the DC-3 stream, though when this series ends, I will make this a random stream. 1 week it might be airline, one other week maybe GA. But that might start to change once I plan for next year's around the world trip, which is going to be 2 days a week. It's going to be that one, and that's going to be the around the world trip in every single country. We'll be visiting every single country in the world. And we'll be doing that for next year's journey, which is going to be pretty insane. It's going to be pretty insane. We've got tons of really cool areas to visit. Much. but Italy is absolutely beautiful this time of year. I mean, perfect time to get some flying in Italy. Just absolutely just stunning. So, also, if you guys are here, I do these informational stuff. That will be for nearly every stream. I've been doing this since I first started back in 2021. I did a baseball series, so I did slideshows and stuff, and I give people information. That way, you guys know about the world, because, like I said, I like to educate people about the world that we live in. So let's talk about Italy's culture, because Italy is a cultural superpower. It's right up there with countries like the United States, France, the UK, Spain, China, and Japan as one of the great cultural superpowers of the globe, and it makes sense. Um, Italy is one of the birthplaces of Western civilization, a cultural superpower. Its division by politics and geography for centuries has shaped Italy's culture by a multitude of different regional customs and local centers of power. During the Middle Ages and Renaissance, a number of courts competed to attract architects, artists, and scholars, producing a legacy of different monuments, paintings, music, and literature, and has made a contribution to Europe's cultural and historical heritage. So Italy is absolutely a cultural influence. And Italy has rich cultures of art, culture, and literature from many periods, and has a broad influence globally. Of course, Italy has been a major architectural place. Tons of great architecture, especially during the Renaissance period. From the Romans to the Renaissance and more. And there are so many famous monuments in architecture buildings. I mean, you have the Leaning Tower of Pisa, located in Pisa. Of the Pisa Cathedral. You have the Royal Palace of Caserta, located here in southern Italy. Of course, you have the entire city of Venice literally built on an island. And of course, you have Florence as well, with the beautiful palaces around Florence. Italy absolutely has some of the most beautiful architecture. It is absolutely beautiful. Italy, incredible. And of course, art. Who can forget Italy's contribution to the arting world? Obviously, you have the Romans, which were influenced by Greeks, and Roman took things in its own characteristics, mainly with the villas and all. But what really grew Italy's painting was the Italian Renaissance era, which between the 14th through mid-17th century brought a ton of painters out to Italy. Tons of artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Giovanni Bellini, Raphael, Piero della Francesca, and much more. With all their insane paintings and sculptures and anatomy. I mean, Italian art really grew during the Renaissance. So, and many of their paintings still inspire modern day painters and artists, even to this day. Pretty crazy to think about how much the arts have evolved thanks to Italy's great influence. And just as important as Italy's art has definitely been its literature, and it's still influential to this day. Even all the way back to the Romans, with Latin architecture and historians, writers, poets like Pliny the Elder, Virgil, Horace, and Livy, all of them bringing their own traditions from the Roman period. Of course, Italy also had ones of the Middle Ages and Renaissance period, including two particular authors. Dante Alighieri, who did his epic poem, The Divine Comedy, one of the great works of Italian world literature, and of course, Niccolo Machiavelli with his story, The Prince. all creating a unique Italian tradition. Italy is also really rich in music too. A lot of people don't think about this, but music is actually a big part of Italian culture, even all the way back to the old days. In fact, many classical music forms like symphony, concerto, and sonata were actually trace their roots all the way back to Italian music. Italy plays a big role in music, and some of their most famous composers include the Renaissance composers of Palestrina, Monteverdi, and Gesudo, the Baroque composers of Vivaldi and Scarlatti, classic composers like Paganini and Rossini, and modern composers like Berio and Nono. Italy has a rich classical music tradition that still holds strong, and many various opera houses like the La Scala in Milan and San Carlo of Naples, some of the oldest performance venues in the world. And of course, a lot of people probably know about this. Italy is also the birthplace of opera. Opera music was actually birthed here in Italy around the early 17th century, with famous composers working with opera. Jazz also took a hold in Italy with jazz music, as well as dance, disco, electronic music, and more. So, turns out Italy has a rich musical tradition to complement it. Then we have Italy's cinema history. Italy has a very proud cinema history as well, dating all the way back in 1890s. But it really grew during the 1910s, especially in 1912, where there were over 500 films produced. The most famous Italian silent film was made in 1914. Cabrina, I believe, which is an Italian epic film directed by Giovanni Pastrone. And believe it or not, this film was so important that it was the first film in history to be shown at the U.S. White House in the United States. And then, after a decline in the 20s, Italy's film industry revived in the 30s with sound film, along with the Italian Deco films of the 1930s and 40s, with glamorous backgrounds. There's also other genres about artistic and expressive, and including the renowned Cinema Studios was founded by Benito Mussolini, but it grew into the largest film studio in all of Europe, with all sorts of amazing film directors from Italy. But Italy produced so many iconic directors. They've won and believe it or not, Italy is the most awarded country at the Academy Awards for Best Foreign Language Films, with 14 of them. They also won tons of other film festival awards as well. So Italy, huge part of the film industry. A lot of people don't know that, but it's true. And of course, sports are also very popular. The most popular sport by far in Italy is football. And Italy is among the world's most successful football clubs nationally. Internationally has been one of the most successful. Winning 4 FIFA World Cup champ victories in 1934, 1938, 1982, and 2006. And Italian clubs have even won 48 major European trophies, the second most successful in European football. So Italy has one of the great football traditions globally. But there are other popular sports like basketball, volleyball, and rugby. With Italy being a very successful volleyball team, as well as being pretty successful in basketball, and they even have a solid rugby team. But of course, Italy also has a long tradition in individual sports, including bicycle racing, as well as ski resorts for the Winter Olympics. And motorsports are really popular in Italy, and Italy has won by far the most MotoGP World Championships, by far. And of course, it's also home to the oldest team in Grand Prix racing, Scuderia Ferrari. And has statistically been the most successful Formula One team in history with 232 wins. And Italy has also been a successful part of the Olympic Games. And it participated in 47 out of the 48 modern Olympic Games. And Italian sportsmen have won 522 medals at the Olympics, making it the 5th most successful nation in Olympic history for terms of total medals. Pretty impressive for Italy. Very, very impressive. Fashion design have been a big part of Italian culture for centuries. I mean, when you have Rome and Milan, you have massive fashion stuff as well, home to many labels like Gucci, Armani, Prada, Dolce & Gabbana are some of the finest in the world, with many different jewelers been found here as well. In the fashion magazine Vogue Italia is considered one of the most prestige in the world of fashion, as well as interior design for architecture, industrial, and urban design as well. So, definitely very, very important is fashion. The next part is something a lot of people like, Italian cuisine. Italian cuisine has had a very long history since the Roman days, but it has tons of influences from Etruscan, ancient Greek, ancient Roman, Byzantine, and Jewish cuisine. But things started to really change when the New World came around with the introduction of items like potatoes, tomatoes, bell peppers, and maize that are now central to the cuisine. But were not introduced into quantity until the 18th century. But even now, Italian cuisine is still noted for its regional diversity, abundance of difference of taste, and among the world's most popular cuisines. Italian cuisine is very well known for being rich in pasta, fruits, and vegetables, and known for its extreme simplicity and variety. And Italian cooks mainly do on the quality rather than the preparation. And there's a lot of different specialties of Italian cuisine as well. And I mean, there's a lot of different specialties of Italian cuisines. And that depends on which region of Italy you actually end up going. But there's a lot of specialties. From sausages and cured meats to pasta like spaghetti, rigatoni, lasagna, gnocchi dumplings. Obviously, pizza is also popular. Pizza's also been very popular. All sorts of different drinks. So Italy has a diverse culture. And the cuisine really fits there. And finally, we have some fun facts about Italy. So Italy has a fountain that flows with free red wine 24/7. The Fontana del Vino has been set up in the Abruzzo region town of Caldari di Cortona, where literally the fountain flows red wine, authentic Italian red wine. As why not? The next fun fact is that Italy, you can find the oldest university in the world, the University of Bologna. It actually beat out Oxford by a whole decade, and it was founded in 1088 AD. So it's actually even older than Oxford. Pretty crazy. During World War II, the Nazis actually used the Leaning Tower of Pisa as an official watchtower. Yes, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, they actually use it as a watchtower. I kid you not. The word Italy itself actually means the land of calves. That's actually the name of Italy. But the reason it got its name was because of the ancient Greek word Vitelu, land of calves. And apparently it was given by the Greek legend as well. So that's a pretty interesting name. And the last fun fact was it was the Italians that actually made the fork fashionable. So yeah, Italy actually used forks around the 14th century. Has actually used the fork. Yeah, a lot of people don't know this, but and the reason why the Italians used a lot of forks was because pasta became a big part of the Italian diet. and they replaced the one long spike with the fork because the three spikes proved better to get the noodles, and as a result, in Italy, the common table fork actually became commonplace. Whereas the rest of Europe, they had to wait all the way to the 18th century to even get it a try, and that's about 400 years later than it was normally. So yeah. And that is some of the fun facts about Italy, Italia. So I hope you guys like what I did. I hope you guys learned a bit about Italy. There was a lot to learn about this incredible nation. Yeah, pasta's been a main part of the diet. It is. But yeah, a lot of people don't know about that, but it's actually true. And of course, we finally get to some of the Italian landmarks. Of course, there are a ton of ones to visit, but here are a few of them. In Rome, of course, we got to talk about the Roman Colosseum. This huge amphitheater, which was the largest ever built, and still the largest one to survive, remained a model for sports facilities up into the modern times. At its peak, the Roman Colosseum in Rome, when it was actually fully built and was at its prime, apparently they did a lot of estimates, and they apparently actually figured out that in terms of seating, according to the Codex of 354, the Colosseum can actually hold up to 87,000 people. Though modern estimates say it's around 50,000 people, which is still quite a lot even by today's standards. Which is pretty crazy to think about. Colosseum holding that many people. The Colosseum had a lot of had a really unique history. It was actually used back in the old days. It was used for all sorts of events, gladiator shows to animal hunts, all that. It had tons of uses. It could even be apparently. It was even be used to simulate naval battles, where they could actually be filled with water. I mean, definitely a very interesting history of it. Yeah. Then, of course, in Florence, can't forget about the Duomo Santa Maria di Fiore, the cathedral that was actually built in the 13th and 15th centuries, with the most famous piece being the extraordinary dome that was completed in 1434 by Filippo Brunelleschi. And then in Venice, of course, the Grand Canal in Venice, we flew over that. And finally, in Pisa, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, where the story how it got leaned was that when they worked on the tower in the 1100s, the ground actually sank a bit, and by the time the tower reached the third story, the tower actually sank and it leaned a bit. And it still remained that way even to present day. That has not changed. So yeah, that is about Italy. Let's go ahead and talk about the city of Milan. Beautiful Milan, Italy. One of the world's great fashion capital. It's actually Italy's second largest city after Rome. Population 1.4 million people. Though with its metropolitan area, it's around 5.27 million, which is the fourth largest. It's one of the world's global cities with strengths in art, chemicals, commerce, fashion, finance, services, and tourism. The city actually is actually in terms of GDP, it's the third wealthiest in the country and the third largest among EU cities after Paris and Madrid. It's actually Italy's wealthiest city, and apparently its role as a political center is actually dated back to late antiquity. You'd be surprised. At one point, this was the capital of the Western Roman Empire. It was actually Milan. Though, from the 12th to 16th century, Milan was actually one of the largest cities in all of Europe. Home to the Duchy of Milan, which is one of the greatest political forces in the Renaissance. So even though it lost much of its importance in the early modern period, it continues to still remain a major economic and political center, and is one of the world's fashion capitals, with brands such as Armani, Prada, and Zegna, as well as international events and fairs, and a major center for tourism. It's also home to two of Europe's most successful football teams, AC Milan and Inter Milan, two of the most successful ones in all of Europe. So Milan has had a rich history. Definitely worth checking out. So, very important stuff about the city of Milan. Now, here's some of the city's most famous landmarks. We have the Milan Cathedral, among the world's largest cathedrals. It can hold up to 40,000 people, and is among the most magnificent churches in the city, and the ultimate example of the flamboyant Gothic-style churches that were popular at the time. The city is also home to Leonardo da Vinci's one of his most famous arts, of the Last Supper. The church, which holds it, was actually damaged during World War II. And during repair work, the old paintings in the dome were actually brought to light, which got to see the Last Supper. And finally, the Galleria Vittorio Emanuele II. The Grand Gallery was actually designed and built between 1865 and 1877 by Giuseppe Mingoni. At the time, it was the largest shopping arcade in Europe, with a dome soared about 48 meters above its mosaic floor. Ooh. And the last slide for today, Milan Linate Airport. Lima Mike Lima. It's Milan's third international airport, and the second. It served nearly 9.2 million passengers in 2018, and it's Italy's fifth busiest airport. And it was built in the 1930s, and was one of the world's first aerodromes airports when it became too small. And it currently serves flights across Europe, including Dublin, Frankfurt, Munich, Paris, Malta, London, Brussels, Amsterdam, Berlin, Helsinki, Madrid, and more. It has two runways, 1836 at 8,000 feet and 1735 at just barely under 2,000 feet. So that's it, guys. That covers Italy. That covers all the rest of the spots. So guys, before we end up landing, before we land here in Milan, we're gonna go ahead and do a quick flyby of the city of Milan before we land in 1-8. I'm gonna do a quick flyby of the city. If you guys are interested, I'll do a quick flyby, so we can check out Milan in their full beauty. But yeah, guys, thank you all so much. It's a pleasure to be here as always, guys, and it's always been great to have you all here with me. We'll find someone already. Don't you guys worry. We'll find someone. Woohoo! And we've been 4.5 hours. That's what I thought. Hey, we got a raid from Iceman. Hey, Iceman333. Good to see you, Iceman. I hope you're doing well, my dude. We are here in Italy. We're about to make our final stop here in Milan, everyone. Great to have you guys here. This is FiberStrike95. I hope you're all doing very, very well, guys. This is actually the penultimate stream of our DC-3 around the world trip. Yes, we're about to make the end of the journey. We're currently doing legs 62 and 63 today. This is leg 63. We started all the way back in Frankfurt at Echo Delta Foxtrot, India. And we made our way over to our first stop in Vienna a while back. And then from Vienna, we made our way over to Milan. We're making our way to Milan. We passed through Slovenia and Venice. So I'm gonna briefly fly over the city of Milan before heading our way over to our stop. But good to see you. Thank you for the guys. Iceman, I hope you had a great stream on your channel. Hope you had a great stream, my dude. Nice seeing you. Yeah, I do like that whirly emote. Whirly with the chappers, boys. Chappers. Yeah, beautiful Milan. Dead ahead of us. There is Milan. We're gonna go ahead and briefly fly over the city, make our final stop. If you guys want to check in your predictions, exclamation point predict, type in the negative number. We'll get ready for land predictions soon. I'm just gonna head around the city of Milan and make our way to the airport. So there's Milan Linate. So there's downtown Milan. And in But here it is, guys. The beautiful city of Milan, one of the world's great places to visit. There is the Milan Cathedral. But guys, thank you all so much. We're about to make our final stop here at Linate Airport in beautiful Milan. Guys, I mean, this has been an absolutely fantastic stream today. This was an absolute stunning flight over much of Europe. I mean, got to see Vienna, went through the Austrian Alps. Slovenia is absolutely beautiful. Slovenia is one of my favorite little gems in Europe. Yep. Turn down the volume a bit because, well, noisy. Add and release the landing gear. Yeah, beautiful city. Nicely done. That has been an absolutely fantastic flight. Guys, we made our way to Milan. Can you guys even believe this? For nearly, oh, yeah, a lot of butter on that DC-3. Guys, this has been an absolutely incredible stream here, guys. So this is it, everyone. We just completed leg 63. Guys, I mean, this is just unbelievable. I mean, we're about reached the end of the journey here. So, guys, thank you all so much for coming here today on today's stream. A massive thank you for everyone here, as always. We are going to be back on Wednesday for our VA flight across Mexico in the 737. And guys, keep an eye on the Discord because guess what? Next Sunday is going to be the end of our DC-3 journey. Join me at 1400 Zulu. We're going to be doing the final leg of our DC-3 journey from Milan to Geneva and then a short hop over to Sion. Guys, this is unbelievable. We're about to reach the end of this journey, and thank you all again for joining me on another stream. So, guys, we'll be checking out Kaharia. Stick around for the raid, and I hope you all have a great Sunday. Bye.